There we go. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to this evening's Planning Committee. I'll just run through the procedures quickly first. Welcome to this meeting of the Planning Committee. We are recording the meeting this evening using our webcasting system. The webcast will be transmitted live and will also be available on the Council's website following the meeting. Generally, the public seating areas are not filmed. However, by entering the meeting room and using the public seating area, you are consenting to being filmed and to the possibility of those images and sound recordings for webcasting and or training purposes. I have the discretion to stop or suspend the recording of the meeting should this be necessary to maintain the proper order and running of the meeting. This is a meeting of the Council held in public. It is not a public meeting. All mobile devices should be switched off or set to silent so that the meeting is not interrupted by ringtones. Anyone else intending to film or audio record any part of the meeting is asked to do so in a manner that does not disrupt the meeting. Please refrain from filming the public gallery or public speakers on items. If the fire alarm sounds, leave by the nearest exit and officers will advise when it's safe to return to the meeting. Before we begin this evening's meeting, I would like to remind members to speak directly into the microphone to enable those present and those watching online to be able to hear the proceedings. Finally, please could members remember to address your speeches through myself as the chair. Thank you. So we'll move on to item number 1, which is apologies for absence. I believe we've had a few this evening.
We've had apologies from Councillor Larkin, hence we have Councillor Harrison in the chair and Councillor Murphy is substituting as a member of the committee. We also have had apologies from Councillor Myers and Councillor Sargent is substituting.
Thank you very much. Item number 2 is declarations of interest and lobbying. I imagine we've all had that this evening, but if people would like to raise their hand if they've had any lobbying this evening. Yeah, Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I've been lobbied on item number 4 and item number 5, but I've come with an open mind this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members? Councillor Hilliard.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yep, I've been lobbied on item 4 and item 5, and again, I come with an open mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Blake.
Helps, doesn't it? Yeah, items 4 and 5, and I come here with my own mind. And just for clarification, I did say at the technical briefing last night, having cleared it with an officer the day before, I did actually go down on item 4 to a site visit off my own back, so I made that quite clear. So I just thought it best I declare that as well. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Blake. That's fine. Any other members been lobbied? Councillor Genet.
Thank you very much. I have been lobbied on items 4 and 5, but I come with an open mind as always. Thank you.
Thank you. I've also been lobbied on items 4 and 5 and have come with an open mind. Councillor Schrader, you're not a member of the committee, but you're welcome to declare an interest.
Yeah, I'm never clear, sorry, Chairman, because in the past I was told that other members, even if they're not on the committee, still have to declare any interest. So I'm happy to take advisement on it, but in the interest of completeness, I have obviously been lobbied on item 4, which is why I'm here in the first place.
Thank you. Yeah, that's been noted in the minutes. So so if that is necessary, then it's covered. Yeah, Councillor Blake, do you have?
I'll ask a question of legal. I have mentioned that I was going to mention it. At the last meeting that we held, there was declaration of interest at the beginning of the meeting, which Councillor Miles declared an interest on an item and left the room at that particular time, as did Councillor Hilliard. And that's when I thought the actual procedure was to declare an interest and you're going to leave a room. I just kind of, if you can clarify, what's the procedure? Somebody just, for no reason at all, without declaring interest, just gets up and walks out.
Thank you, Chair. The position is that as long as a person has appropriately left a meeting, that from the position of substantive lawfulness and fairness is appropriate. Of course, one should, if at all possible, declare an interest at the appropriate time and take the appropriate steps in the way that you've described. But ultimately, if there is a matter that comes up which concerns a member or raises an issue for a member, it's appropriate that they recuse themselves. If they were not to do so, it would leave the decision open to a legal challenge. So I can see the point, but it may not be the most procedurally obvious way of doing it, but as a matter of substantive lawfulness and fairness, that is appropriate.
Thank you very much. So if we're all done with declaration of interest, then move on to item number 3, which is the minutes of the previous meeting. Have we all read the minutes, and are there any issues raised?
Sorry, Councillor, the minutes are not available.
I wondered why I hadn't read them. In that case, we'll take the minutes for the previous meeting at the next one. I did wonder why I hadn't seen them yet, but item number 4 then, which is Councillor Blake.
If I can, just on a procedural point here, I just want to get some clarification. I read by the inspector's website, and I do apologise, I'm reading from my phone because the laptops are not working, states that they will hold back cases that may give rise to electoral sensitivity because of their nature or of the issues involved, including cases where there has been an extensive local campaign or where decisions raise controversial local issues such as inappropriate or unauthorised development in the Green Belt. Now, the first one we're going to be discussing tonight goes back years and is very controversial. We all know that. There's no bones about it. As I said at the technical briefing last night, I've never, ever been lobbied like I have on this, and particularly on the highways issues. Everybody knows it's politically sensitive, as is the second item. So I'm challenging the decision that we actually are actually taking both those. I understand a non-determination, the process, we've not done it in enough time, but that is not the members of the public's fault, it's not the developer's fault, that's actually the council's fault for not getting done in time. And I'm not blaming, it's just where lots of them are coming at once, so it's not a criticism of officers. So I'm challenging the point that's in the actual website that specifies that, because as far as I'm concerned, and everybody here, cannot tell you they are not politically sensitive. They are, and not been lobbied. One of them going back years, and so I challenge the decision that they're actually being brought to this meeting tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Blake. Could I just clarify the website that you're referring to and the guidance you're referring to is the Planning Inspectorate? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I thought so. So it is correct to say that the Planning Inspectorate, which is the body that hears appeals when a developer brings an appeal against a decision, will take that step in relation to the appeals process as part of what has been historically called PERDA. Now we use a different word to describe that period in a pre-election situation where you don't want to take politically engaging, challenging decisions. The position at the local authority level is different. So the position at the local authority level is that committees must still continue to conduct their normal business, primarily for the reason that you just identified, which is non-determination. So to clarify for anyone who doesn't know, there are specific time limits which are applied to the decision-making process before a planning committee, such that if a number of weeks goes past, eventually a deadline is passed at which there can be a non-determination appeal. If that appeal is made, that's it. The local authority no longer can make the decision on that application. Coming back to the point, the guidance and law on that is that this committee still will make decisions. The relevant guidance, insofar as you want to look at it, is published by the local government authority. And the local government authority's guidance, published on the 2nd of March 2026, is that the normal conduct of committees must continue. And I can read, you are allowed to continue to discharge normal council business, including budget consultations or determining planning applications, even if they are controversial. So that is the position as a matter of guidance for local authorities.
That contradicts it, really.
The position is that that's for the planning inspectorate when they're making appeal decisions. This is for local authorities where they're making the initial decision.
Well, it's actually said, with respect, this actually says for planning applications.
Yes, but of course, a planning application on appeal is still an application until it's determined by the inspectorate. Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that was very clear. So, agenda item number 4, which is 25-00575-OUT. outline planning application for up to 49 residential dwellings, including affordable housing, with all matters reserved except for access, creation of a new access from Potash Road, Magdalen Lodge, Potash Road, Billericay. So I believe we start with Casey.
Thank you, Chair. The presentation, hold on, not on the screen at the moment. One moment. Apologies. Okay, so before you is a presentation for this evening. Thank you, Chair and evening members. The application for members is application relating to 2500575 outline, and it's an outline planning application for 49 residential units, including 50% affordable housing, with all matters reserved except the access, with the creation of new access from Potash Road. I will, for the purpose of members that weren't on the committee on the 11th of March, go back through the presentation, just so you're clear in what it is that you're considering. Members will recall that this application was previously presented on the 11th of March when the committee resolved to defer the item for clarification on 2 highway matters, which I will cover at the end of the presentation. So this slide before you is the site location plan, which shows the site edged in red. The site is positioned on the northeastern side of Potash Road, forming Potash Road itself is a residential area to the south and west, and there are woodlands to the east of the site. The land comprises approximately 2.4 hectares of paddocks used for horse grazing. The site wraps around Magdalen Lodge on Potash Road and is visually contained by strong woodland enclosure. The next slide. Apologies, the presentation is frozen. Apologies for that. So before you are the site photos of the site, which highlights that the application site is rural, enclosed by woodlands. The grass paddocks in front of you shows a low level of equestrian structures that sit within a strong landscape framework of mature trees and woodland edges. The southern boundary of the site connects most directly with the existing residential edges along Potash Road, while the eastern boundary abuts woodlands. This is a priority habitat, and further beyond, sort of in the eastern directions, the woodlands does connect up to 40 acres plantation, which is an ancient woodland and local wildlife site. Next slide here is a site plan. As I said previously, the application seeks outline planning permission for 49 units, residential units, with 50% of these being affordable, supported by new green infrastructure, sustainable drainage features and ecological enhancements. These slides just show sort of CGIs of the site and what it could potentially look like. The layout and design of the character and appearance of the application is illustrative. It just gives an indication of how the development can sit within the landscape, with built form concentrated in the central paddock area, retaining woodland margins and offering 47% open space across the site. This slide here shows the proposed vehicle access, which is a new priority junction onto Potash Road. It has a road width of 5.5 carriageway. There are visibility splays with at least 41 metres that have been proposed. This access has been safely audited and meets manual for streets. In front of you are key issues, and these issues were considered as part of the application. I'll go over the greenbelt issues, but as you can see, there are more than just the greenbelt here that's been considered. So with regards to the greenbelt, the site has, it does qualify greybelt land. It does not strongly contribute towards the green purposes A, B or D. The council has a 1.96 year housing land supply, which is an unmet need of 5-year land supply. The site is in a sustainable location with opportunities for walking, cycling and bus improvements. The proposal meets all of the golden rules, including full 50% affordable housing contribution and improved access to public green space. Accordingly, officers conclude that the development is not inappropriate development in the Greenbelt. If members take a different view, the applicant, very special circumstances are set out within the report. Particularly, the acute housing and affordable need carries substantial weight in this instance. This slide here shows you the package of Section 106. As you can see, there's primary and secondary school contributions, healthcare, open space, transport towards bus service enhancement, your employment skills and health and wellbeing contributions there are set out in front of you. There is a planning balance slide here, so it shows sort of what weighs positively in favour of the application. So that being the market and affordable housing, the golden rules, which weighs significantly in favour here. You know, said for 50% affordable housing, the package of Section 106 and the infrastructure enhancements, as well as the 47% open space. There are social benefits, economic benefits, and environmental benefits. Those that weigh negatively in favour is the loss of lower sensitivity landscape area and a loss of grade 3 agricultural land. But as you'll see from the photos, that hasn't been used for agriculture for some time. It's been used for grazing of horses. If I go back to the proposed vehicle access slide, so as I previously mentioned, this was heard at Planning Committee on the 11th of March last month and was deferred to clarify two specific highway matters. The LPA has received a technical transport note and a letter of intent from the applicant. The item was deferred for the following reasons: whether the ATC, so that's the automatic traffic count survey undertaken during the 7-day period commencing 28th of March last year remains valid and compliant with the design manual for roads and bridges, whether the previously suggested physical traffic calming measures such as the raised table and chicanes were necessary. So the ATC survey validity, so as I said previously, the survey was carried out 28th of March last year. There was a 7-day count. It has been confirmed by Essex County Council Highways as a valid and fully compliant with the design manual for roads. It was undertaken in neutral traffic month and during school term times. National guidance does require that. The technical note confirms no significant changes to local highway networks since the survey date, and such surveys are professionally required as valid up to 3 years unless major works occur. So they are still in date as they were only undertaken last March. Essex County Council Highways raised no concerns regarding survey age at the original consultation and maintains this position. With regards to the traffic calming measures, ECC Road Safety Team has reconfirmed there is no collision history or identifiable safety problems on Potash Road that would justify engineered interventions such as chicanes or raised tables. The revised off-site works now consist of upgraded warning signage and refreshed slow markings, which ECC consider proportionate and appropriate to this development. Essex County Council Highways have confirmed that they've been out on the site and they visited recently and at the time the application was submitted, and all the submitted data is relevant and accurate. The additional evidence fully addresses the committee's previous concerns, and Essex County Council Highways' position of no objections remain unchanged. This application has been recommended for approval, subject to conditions and the Section 106 that is set out in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Just before we go on to any questions, I understand we had I'm aware that we had a officer from Essex Highways come to the technical briefing yesterday. Do you mind just quickly running through the headline points of what was discussed there, so that all members are aware, including those who couldn't make last night?
Yeah, so we did have an officer attend briefing last night, and there were some of the members that are sat on committee day that did attend and ask questions of that officer. A question put to them by one of our councillors regarding the visibility displays, and questioned whether they're adequate, which the highways officer did. The visibility displays are all dependent on the speed survey data, and this informs the length of the visibility displays required for that junction. And they are satisfied with that. There was a lot of discussion around the width of Potash Road as it is. I think it currently measures 4.7 wide. They did acknowledge this is an old road, so it's not unusual. However, this road width is compliant with Manual for Streets, which is national guidance. That was made clear to members as well. What else was there? Yeah, members just generally raise their concerns with accidents that have been highlighted by residents in the local area, you know, lately and over the years. These were raised with highways, but they did confirm that the accident data does date back 5 years, and they record accidents which is held by national statistics, and the accidents they hold is regarding personal injury accidents. You know, I think in the last 5 years there's been 2 of those. One was by Bridle Way, which is further down Potash Road, and one was at the roundabout with Stock Road. But other than that, they do not have any other recorded personal injury accidents, and I say that data dates back 5 years, and that data comes from the national statistic. So hopefully that clears everything up.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to remind the members of the audience that that this is a member of the council and members will have. Councillor Janay, if I can finish, and those who have asked to speak will be able to at the appropriate time. Do any members have any questions, Councillor Blake?
Yeah, just carrying on for that very last point. I was surprised there last night at the briefing, which I challenged when it came up. There's only been 2 accidents there. The officer hadn't even done his own work to see that literally that day there'd been a smash, a terrible smash, and I do wish I hope everybody was okay, 300 yards from that actual area in Potash Road on the junction there. So the officer wasn't aware of that, and really that should have been brought to his attention. That's a criticism of him. But the one that got me, and I'll go on to this a little bit later, but it's for clarification, because you asked what did the officer say. As you know, as members know, I sent you all videos where I went there yesterday, and you can clearly see one point where 2 cars, not a lorry and a car, but 2 cars are passing each other and virtually stop. And the response from the highway officer was that's down to the competence of the driver. That is what a highways officer said, and I find that offensive. In any sense, but I just think as you was giving an update of what the highway officer said, I actually it's important that we actually do say exactly what he said, that it's the competence of the driver. They can't take that into consideration. I think it was his actual words. So I just thought I'd put that on record as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Blake. Would you like to come back on those points?
There was comments made around the driver behaviour, and you know, as he said, when roads narrow, you know, drivers are supposed to slow down. So there was comments around driver behaviour that were made at that meeting last night. Councillor Blake, I hope that satisfies your concern. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Janay.
Thank you very much. I have a number of questions, actually. I just want to start from the very, very beginning. So in regards to this application, is it Greenbelt or Grainbelt? You said it was Grainbelt, right? I just want to confirm for my own peace of mind. Thank you. So what is it about the land that made you come to that actual decision? Describe that for me, please, if you can.
Yes, so, sorry, can you turn your mic off? So as part of the Grey Belt assessment that we have to carry out, we have to obviously look at the National Planning Policy Framework, as well as the Planning Practice Guidance. We also have an evidence-based document, which is the Green Belt study, and that was dated last year, towards the end of last year. As part of that study, the site is identified in that study that it doesn't strongly contribute towards purpose A, B and D, which is under paragraph 143 of the NPPF. So firstly, it doesn't strongly contribute towards those purposes, which means that it can be considered grey belt in this instance. I've also had to look at paragraph 155 A, which talks about the purposes and the land not contribute strongly to those. Then we also go on to the rest of that paragraph, which is 155 B, C and D. B relating to the housing unmet need, C relating to whether it's in a stable location, and D relates to the golden rules, and the golden rules being 50% affordable housing, access to open space. So the development that's been proposed does comply with all of that criteria in paragraph 155 of the NPPF, and as I say, our evidence base also confirms that it doesn't strongly contribute towards purposes A, B and D or paragraph 143 of the NPPF. So that's the test.
Perfect, thank you very much. Just going over to the horses on the land, how many horses graze on that land, if you don't mind me asking?
When I attended the site last year, and as I showed you my site photographs, there were no horses present at that time of my site visit. However, there are stables currently on that site. There is a stable in the corner of the site in the southeastern corner, southeastern corner, and there are two stable horse shelters along the western boundary of that site. So there was equestrian paraphernalia. However, I did not see any horses on that site when I attended the site visit.
Thank you very much. So, okay, so you've never seen a horse in your life. So you just, no, you may have seen a horse in your life, I'm sure, but on this particular visit,
No, I'm sure she has, and if she hasn't, then that's not relevant.
I didn't ask for your interruption. Thank you.
I'm
So
chairing-
just in
Councillor,
regards,
I'm chairing this meeting, and so if I wish to raise a concern, then I will.
I'll get to answer my question. Thank you. So clearly you've seen horses in your life. But in regards to the horses that you didn't see on this particular day, how many times have you visited this site? And how many horses have you seen no horses on multiple visits?
So can you do? I've attended the site as part of the site visit for the application when it was received. So that's the only time that I've attended the site when it was received, and we've had to undertake a site visit as part of the application. So that's the only time that I've attended the site, and I did not see any horses on the site.
Thank you. So you've never, okay, so you've not seen the horses on the site, that's fine. But are you saying you only visited the site once? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Okay. So I take it the fact that there's horses on this site, alleged horses anyway, there may be unicorns at this point, who knows. But how much of that consideration, the fact that it was a grazing field, made a grey belt application?
None. As I said, the evidence base does say that the site does not strongly contribute towards the green belt purposes. So whilst, you know, also as part of the application that was submitted, it was said in the planning statement that the land's been used for years for grazing of horses. As I said, I attended the site, there were stables there was horse shelters, there were other equestrian paraphernalia, the site was divided up as if it was paddocks. So, you know, I don't have any evidence for me that goes against what's being put forward as part of the application. And as I said, the evidence base as part the Greenbelt study, which forms the evidence base, is quite clear in its conclusion that this site does not strongly contribute towards those purposes of paragraph 143 of the MPPF A, B and D. So, you know, it is that's why I'm saying it is grey belt, because the evidence base that we have.
But correct me if I'm wrong, but at the last planning committee, did you not tell this committee that 50% of the area was used for horses to graze?
That was in relation to PDL. So when I was looking at the site in terms of previous developed land being PDL, so yes, so 50% of the site is considered to be PDL on the basis that we consider the site has been used for grazing of horses, and that's what I said at the last planning committee meeting.
I'll just quickly bring our officer in here.
Thank you. I just wondered if I could assist as well, Councillor. So I think the planning officer is referring to page 35 of the report, if everyone is there. So you have purposes A through E there, and the pertinent ones are A, B and D. The reason I'm drawing that to your attention is para 143 A is to check the unrestricted sprawl of large built-up areas. B is to prevent neighbouring towns merging into one another, and D is preserving the setting and special character of historic towns. When interpreting policy, one has to look at the words and lawfully interpret the policy. The use of the land for grazing or for farming or anything of that nature just simply isn't relevant to the question of whether something is or is not greenbelt. I appreciate, you know, I can hear from the back the words, it's total rubbish. The position in law is that set out in para 143 of MPPF. There is no reference to the animal, grazing, agricultural use of the land there. MPPF does address the use of land for agriculture. It addresses it in the circumstance of best and most versatile agricultural land, and there are certain protections in relation to BMV land. But that question is not in any form relevant to the question of whether land is protected green belt. You would expect to see wording to that effect in both MPPF and PPG, if that were the case, And I'm sure as this committee are aware, you are bound by statute to apply MPPF. So to depart from MPPF is a material error of law. So I hope that assists in just the question about horses on the land.
It didn't, but thank you very much anyway.
Councillor Genet, do you have any other questions?
I do have a number of questions still remaining, thank you. So in regards to the actual use of the land, so how much of the land do you determine to be previously developed land?
As I said previously, 50% of the land is considered to be PDL.
So if I can produce imagery today for the committee and the residents and the panel here, showing that actually only 1.5% of that land has been previously developed on, would you then consider that this is actually greenbelt or not greybelt?
No. Basically, as I said previously, the site's been considered to be greybelt because of our evidence base, and it's clear from the barrister here today who's just told you why it's greybelt. So I'm not going to revisit that. So, I haven't seen this evidence that you have just stated that you've got. But, the site is considered 50% to be PDL. Can you let me carry on, please? So the site is 50% PDL, as it's considered to be grazing, and this is based on other appeal decisions that we've had here at the council. So we had one for Magdalen Lodge a couple of years ago now, in the Billericay area, where the inspector there deemed a percentage of the site to be PDL because the site was currently used for grazing of horses. So basically that's why we consider it to be PDL based on the appeal decision and other appeal decisions that we've had.
Councillor Genet, we're not going to be using props in the meeting. That's the phone. That's props, and yeah, all the information that we need is in the report. I'll bring our legal officer in now.
Just to assist on previously developed land. So you're referring to part of the definition for greybelt, which is greybelt comprises previously developed land and/or land that doesn't meet A, C, and D. At least my understanding of the officer's report is the reason it's greybelt land is because it doesn't meet A, C and D. The question of it being previously developed land for the question of greybelt, on the face of the officer's report at least, is essentially irrelevant. So it doesn't assist us in this case, because the question is meeting purposes A, B and D, which is the analysis from para 5.121 of the report. I hope that assists.
Thank you very much. Councillor Genet, do you have any further questions? Not this time. Not this time. Do any other members have any points of clarification? No. In that case, we'll move on to the public speakers. We have 6 people speaking this evening. First one on my list is John Simpson. John, if you'd like to come to the front there, the officer will be able to assist you. You'll have 3 minutes from the moment you start.
Good evening. My name is John Simpson. I'm a chartered civil engineer with extensive experience in highways. I'm previously responsible for a section of London's strategic road network. Essex Highways' consent to the applicant's poor highway design is fundamentally flawed. This is the worst possible location for new access. It is positioned on a bend. It's 4.7 metres wide, not 5.5 metres wide, which in context is less than the width of 2 car parking spaces. It has restricted visibility and inappropriate vehicle speeds. Drivers mount the footway every day because they cannot pass otherwise, endangering pedestrians in the process. Collisions are commonplace. We have some evidence at the back there of all the sideswipe accidents that take place every week. That is not normal operation for a section of highway. It is evidence of a road operating unsafely. Essex Highway's position relies on the absence of injury collisions. That is not a safety assessment. It is a data-led assumption that ignores how the road actually functions. Proper highway design is risk-led as set out in the Manual for Streets. The key test is whether this proposal will create a safe environment, particularly where it introduces new conflict on a constrained bend. Essex highways state that speeding is not a problem. However, an 85th percentile speed of 30 miles an hour reflects existing conditions only. It does not demonstrate those speeds are safe once new conflict is introduced. It should be remembered that 15% of traffic is already exceeding the speed limit. At the same time, they inexplicably reject the applicant's perceived need for traffic calming proposals, removing the only measures that would actively manage driver behaviour, which is the Highway Authority's duty to manage. The result, a substandard bend with no speed control, accommodating an additional 244 turning movements per day, which will operate outside of government guidance. That is not mitigated risk, it is added risk. And the most serious failure of this design is the proposed pedestrian crossing on the apex of the bend. It is uncontrolled. No signals, no markings, no beacons, simply dropped curbs. It places pedestrians, potentially children, where drivers do not expect them and cannot reliably see them. This is inherently unsafe design. Paragraph 115, I'm nearly finished, of the MPPF requires safe and suitable access for all users. This proposal fails that test. This gives members a material reason for refusing consent, and I urge you to do so for road safety reasons. In terms of driver competence, it's the very geometry of the bend and the curvature and width which are the material factors which affect driver behaviour on that bend. And I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Samantha Ruston. If Samantha, you'd like to come forward to the same seat. Thank you, and you'll have 3 minutes from when you start. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So I speak on behalf of residents of Potash Road and surrounding areas to strongly object to the planning proposal. As I've mentioned to a few people in this chamber, I have had cause for concern that this application is predetermined, and I have shared the reasons for that quite carefully. I have been told that that is not something that will be considered, but if we look at the merits of the application, it is a serious procedural issue. Beyond that, there's key information requested from planning officers that have not been provided in the run-up to this meeting, preventing residents from properly preparing evidence. There are safety and greenbelt concerns that appear to have been dismissed or minimised by officers, and residents feel their concerns are not being taken seriously. Planning officers have previously given misleading advice, which has also been restated this evening. Given, for example, the statistic around approximately 50% of the site used by the stables, it's just unfortunately not factually correct, and we have video evidence that demonstrates that the figure is incorrect. Yet the committee has not been able to consider this material evidence because I was prevented from providing it, partly due to the change in the composition of the committee, but also because I was unable to send it, largely because I didn't know who was going to be on the committee this evening. Following the deferral, a highways officer was asked to attend, and traffic surveys were advised to be redone. While residents arranged the attendance of the highways officer last night, it occurred in a closed meeting, preventing residents from participating or raising concerns, and we haven't had any satisfactory follow-up or any insight into that meeting before tonight's meeting. So taking issue with the proposal, the proposed 949 homes makes no meaningful contribution to housing supply. Affordable housing targets are unlikely to be met. Evidence from similar developments such as the Kingsley home site on Kennel Lane shows that most properties sell at a premium and often to buyers outside the borough. Only 9 of the 183 homes are sold, with 7 sold to families outside the area, and shared ownership options were considered too financially impractical for local families when once built. There's no very special circumstances, therefore, to justify the development here, and the proposal contributes to urban sprawl rather than addressing local housing needs. The site is not previously developed land, as suggested. Stables approved in 2010 were for personal family use only, and that can be seen in the planning application. Constraints in that planning application relate to the Greenbelt and parish boundary, and those remain. Planning officer's assessment of Greenbelt is unreliable, and previous refusals at the inspectorate level highlight harm to openness and the risk of urban sprawl. These prior decisions were not disclosed to the committee and haven't been done so this evening. Only the footprint of the stables could possibly be considered PDL. The surrounding paddock is not. The proposed development will likely have significant impacts on wildlife and the local environment, and an independent review of the Greenbelt status and environmental impact is necessary. We've discussed highways, but I discussed with the police yesterday, who attended the accident that Councillor Blake referred to yesterday, and they said that they were unable to cover our patch because they are thinly stretched and we are too far out of the boundary. Suggested improvements for walking, cycling and bus access are unrealistic and do not address current safety risks. And additional sites are being promoted along Potash Road, and at least one further application is pending. Inspectorate guidance from 2016 stresses that Potash Road must be considered within a coordinated plan, and Highways and the Council reflected in that there were issues with harm to the Greenbelt, and also the impact of cumulative development should be considered for highways, particularly around the junction with Stock Road. So I urge you as a committee to do the right thing, to look at the facts rather than the information that you are being presented. It is flawed, based on misleading advice, and poses serious risks to the Greenbelt, to residents, both current and future, local infrastructure and public safety. We strongly urge you to reject this planning application. And I would just like to say for the record that I felt very uncomfortable presenting here because of my experiences in the run-up to this meeting, because it is my strong view, and I will put this in writing to the monitoring officer, that this is predetermined and that some of the information I received today is deeply concerning about how decisions are both presented and made. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Councillor Schrader.
The position set out by Essex Highways is cask strength idiocy. Someone's going to die on this road. No ifs, no buts. I've lobbied them. Their attitude is maddening but immovable. They, like us, assess applications against dumb national policy, not bothered about cumulative impact on traffic or leveraging funding to increase road capacity. Instead, it's primarily concerned with poxy cycling infrastructure. Whilst accepting there's impact to mitigate, which the developer clearly thought too, harebrained government policy prioritises so-called sustainable transport over the road network we all use every day. An approach that pretends people will swap cars for bicycles as though only the absence of cycle paths and bike racks was holding us back, making no allowance for the unavoidable practicalities of life that makes car use essential for most families. Turning to the overriding reason to refuse the application, the report notes the failed appeal in 2024 related to a different site along Potash Road and asserts that my reference to it is not relevant. Respectfully, it's listed in the relevant planning history. And I remind members, the inspector observed, quote, "It is the tightly arranged housing along Potash Road that provides a well-defined boundary separating Greenbelt and the built-up area of Billericay. As such, these verdant edges provide no reasonable basis for extending a very clearly defined urban edge further into undeveloped countryside. It would epitomise urban sprawl," end quote. That's the principle at the heart of this application. That appeal decision is a material planning consideration and has a clear bearing on this case. Then we've the frankly bizarre claim that because the site has some equestrian paraphernalia on it, it's previously developed land. Colleagues, this is madness. Absolute madness. The satellite image at 5.1.7 asks you to believe the red area is PDL while the yellow is open and undeveloped. spot the difference. Accept that, and not a blade of grass anywhere in this borough is safe. Every farmer's field I've ever seen is up for grabs. Meanwhile, landscape sensitivity at 5.2.11 muddies waters through cunning use of shading, claiming only the darker areas need safeguarding while the lighter fringe is less sensitive. Smoke and mirrors runs completely contrary to the inspector's comments that this is well-defined boundary should be protected. This is greenbelt land. Officers say it's greenbelt, though interestingly Chelmsford say it isn't, but it's our opinion that matters and we're getting it wrong. Mr. Chairman, I'm out of time. I can't even get into the dire ecological damage this will cause. Whatever those fools at Highway say, Potash Road is dangerous. But members, you have the appeal decision. It's a manifestly inappropriate development in the greenbelt, resulting in harm to openness and permanence, resulting in urban sprawl. I urge you to refuse it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Schrader. Our next speaker is Town Councillor Chris May.
Thank you, Chair. Refusal of this application should be the easiest decision this committee makes this evening. On 2 occasions, the planning inspector has determined the unsuitability of this area of Potash Road for housing development, for the reasons just explained. Due process has therefore prevailed. Nothing has changed in the meantime, except maybe the politics. Billericay Town Council supports the view of the planning inspector, and in our objective examination of this application, we have identified 3 areas of concern. 1, it is valuable greenbelt land, making a significant contribution to the greenbelt objectives and purposes, forming a vital green corridor at the boundary of our town and in proximity to historic ancient woodland, which incidentally the Woodland Trust recommends a 50-metre buffer zone around any developments, and this application has 15 metres. These are in themselves sufficient reasons to reject the application. Secondly, the location on the fringes of our town renders this site as unsustainable for development due to excessive distances to vital services, resulting in reliance on car use or risking unsafe pedestrian routes, which we know exist on Potash Road. And there is indeed no bus service currently servicing that particular location. Thirdly, highway safety. Potash Road is narrow, congested, and the positioning of the proposed access is an accident waiting to happen. I would urge this committee, Mr. Chair, to support the previous findings of the planning inspector, to which this committee should take heed, and urge rejection of this inappropriate application straight away. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor May. Stuart Cowan. You'll have 3 minutes from when you begin.
Chairman, this application is built on a fundamental mischaracterisation. The applicant frames this as previously developed land to bypass greenbelt protections. It is not PDL. This is agricultural land. The site has solely been used for the agricultural grazing of livestock. There is no evidentiary basis for a commercial equestrian business, nor is there a certificate of lawful use to support such a claim. This committee must correctly identify the land as agricultural greenfield, which is explicitly excluded from the PDL definition in MPPF Annex 2. Even if you were to incorrectly concede an equestrian use, the fact and degree rule in planning law comes into play. A small building's footprint does not grant a right to pave over such a significant amount of the surrounding paddocks. MPPF 154G sets a strict ceiling. Redevelopment must not have a materially greater impact on openness. Comparing 3 low-rise timber sheds to 49 two-storey brick houses, tarmac roads and street lighting is farcical. This development is not just greater in impact, it's transformative and destructive. It fails the MPPF test on arrival. There are also incorrect claims that this is grey belt. Looking at MPPF 143, the site performs 3 purposes. It checks unrestricted sprawl, it prevents the merging of settlements, and it safeguards the countryside from encroachment. It's a vital, defensible boundary and an ecological buffer for the 40-acre plantation. It is a high-performing, functional green belt. Finally, we must address public safety. Proposing a blind crossing and hundreds of additional daily vehicle movements onto the already hazardous Potash Road is a recipe for disaster. Local residents already face the daily reality of dodging vehicles that are forced to mount the curbs. The Highways report looks at 5-year accident records to prove safety. This is like playing a game of Russian roulette and claiming the gun is safe because the first 3 chambers are empty. Focusing on vehicle-to-vehicle stats, Highways are ignoring pedestrians who are currently dodging the bullet every time a vehicle mounts the curb. We are asking to remove the bullet, not a report that celebrates our luck so far. By ignoring these documented dangers, this committee risks a finding of gross negligence, and I and the wider community do not wish to see our taxpayer funds diverted into defending this council against future litigation for personal injury or worse. If you approve this development without adequate, proven safety measures, you're effectively sanctioning an inevitable tragedy. I don't want this tragedy to involve my children, and I'm sure you don't want it to involve yours. I urge you to uphold your duty of care to the community. I ask one thing of this committee. Be brave. Do not succumb to political pressures, influence, bullying or harassment of your political parties or the developer. Do the right thing. Protect your constituents, protect the green belt, and protect the integrity of our rural fringe. I implore you to refuse this application.
Thank you, Stuart Cowan. And our final speaker is Lee Needham. Lee, if you'd like to come forward. You'll have 3 minutes from when you begin. Thank you.
Good evening, members. My name is Leah Needham, Planning Executive at Esquire Developments. We are a multi-award-winning SME developer known for delivering high-quality bespoke homes with a strong focus on design and sustainability. This outline application seeks permission for up to 49 dwellings, including 50% affordable housing, 10% BNG and full Section 106 contributions. Working alongside officers, all technical matters have been fully assessed, resulting in no objections from any statutory consultees. The site forms part of draft allocation H32 in the emerging local plan, identified to help meet current and future housing needs. Officers have provided a robust assessment confirming the site is grey belt and meets the MPPF golden rules. Despite this, a number of very special circumstances also exist which outweigh any perceived harm to the green belt. The provision of 50% affordable housing will create genuine opportunities for first-time buyers, relieving pressure on temporary accommodation, addressing an identified and pressing local need. The Highways Authority has raised no objections to the application, confirming safe and suitable access can be achieved for all users, and traffic generation falls well below the MPPF threshold of severe impact. The development also provides improvements for walking, cycling and public transport, including connections to the national cycle network and upgrades to local bus services. We are aware of concerns raised by local residents regarding highway safety. Whilst not deemed necessary by our highways consultant, a package of off-site measures have nevertheless been proposed along Potash Road in response. A letter of intent has been provided, and I wish to reaffirm our commitment to delivering the proposed road markings and signage and continuing engagement with the Highways Authority and local residents. Following queries raised by members at the previous committee, a technical note was submitted confirming that the highway surveys are in date, valid and compliant with the relevant guidance, and the predicted vehicle movements would not give rise to severe impacts on the highways network. The Highways Authority has consistently confirmed the development would not result in an unacceptable impact on highway safety nor a severe impact on the road network, and your officers have maintained their conclusions that there are no highway-related reasons to refuse the application. Beyond the housing provision itself, the development brings wider benefits including local job creation, training opportunities, new areas of public open space, significant landscape buffers and a dedicated biodiversity area. The proposals represent a high-quality, sustainable development, making a significant contribution towards meeting the borough's housing needs, including 50% affordable housing, sustainable transport measures, 10% BNG and significant Section 106 contributions. We acknowledge that members have a difficult task on their hands, particularly in the context of the national housing crisis, where the pressure on councils to deliver sustainable, well-located homes has never been greater. We wish to confirm our commitment to bringing forward high-quality homes for local people and respectfully request that your office's recommendation for approval is supported. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just before we go on to statements from members, I just want to bring in our legal officer to answer one or two points that were raised.
Yes.
Would the planning officer like to go first, or shall I bring in the legal? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to identify a few things arising out of those comments. So the committee members are across the various policy considerations. The committee will be aware that it's under a statutory duty to apply both the development plan and the material consideration in NPPF, and various parts of NPPF are relevant here. The first, in relation to Greenbelt, there's been a lot of discussion about previously developed land. To be clear, the definition of grey belt is previously developed land and or, so it is an or, land which does not strongly contribute to purposes A, B and D of the 5 Greenbelt purposes. I just wanted to draw your attention to the report because it's relevant to the planning appeal which was drawn to your attention. If you look at page 35 of the report, you will note that what the underlying evidence base suggests is that purpose A and C have a moderate contribution. The reason I identify that for you is because moderate is a contribution to those purposes which relates to urban sprawl and also encroachment into the countryside. Purpose C is not one of the 3 relevant purposes for grey belt. But I raise that because purpose A is about urban sprawl, which is what the inspector's decision that your attention was drawn to references. It's for you to consider purpose A and whether there is a strong contribution here rather than a moderate, because it is only strong contribution to the Greenbelt purposes that stop Greenbelt becoming grey belt. Reference was made to achieving affordable housing. Of course, you'll be aware that achieving affordable housing here is secured by conditions and by Section 106. As a result, you have to take into account the fact that it is secured in law if you do grant permission, and this is enforceable by this council. So the question of whether there may be a subsequent departure from that provision would require the agreement, again, of this council.
Where's £157 million in infrastructure money?
Sorry,
I think it was brought to council previously that apparently there's £157 million of infrastructure money caught up at Essex. You're saying that Basildon can make a decision on that money?
No, what I'm saying is you have the powers as the local planning authority to enforce the requisite parts of the planning permission. Your relationship with Essex County Council and who gets the money is a matter for your officers and to deal with that council. Well, the point is you enforce the planning permissions. Reference was made to the safety of the road. Of course, you'll be aware that the local highways authority is under statutory duties to ensure the safety of the road. Section 41 of the Highways Act, that they must maintain highways at public expense, and under the Traffic Management Act, that they must secure the expeditious movement of traffic, facilitate safety, etc. The relevant policy test is para 116 of NPPF. Development should only be prevented or refused on highway grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety or the residual cumulative impacts on the road network following mitigation would be severe, taking into account all reasonable future scenarios. If you consider that test is met, then you can apply that.
I'm sorry, members of the public, we're, the meeting is...
Can I ask the public, please, to allow me to speak? Paragraph 116 is the relevant paragraph. You may consider that there is a severe effect or that the residual effects were unacceptable under that paragraph. That is a matter for this committee, but you need to apply the policy. What I should identify is the question is the effect of this development. So this development must result in an unacceptable impact on highway safety or leave a residual cumulative effect which is severe. That is for this committee to decide, and you must address your mind to that carefully. There was a reference to the 50-metre buffer for ancient woodland. This committee will be aware that it could apply conditions to planning permissions and that you shouldn't refuse a planning permission if the relevant harm can be managed by a condition. So it may be, if you were concerned about that, that you can consider whether you apply a condition to achieve that control. Well, that is a matter for this committee, and that would be a condition you'd have to apply if you don't accept this application. But I would stress that you shouldn't refuse matters if it can be controlled through a condition. Finally, were the various references to the procedural aspects of this committee. First was reference to the technical meeting that happened yesterday. The officer provided an appropriate summary of that meeting, as is appropriate as a matter of law. There was references to this decision being predetermined or there being non-disclosure of documents. We are not aware of any evidence that supports that, and ultimately that is a matter for the monitoring officer should such a complaint be raised, and ultimately a matter for the courts if such a complaint should be raised that way. It is not for this committee tonight. And finally, there was a reference to a threat of the committee being subject to gross negligence proceedings. This committee is exercising a statutory function and must apply its mind to the policy test and the statutory function. That is the test that you must apply tonight. It may be that you conclude the test is not met and that permission should be refused, but I just wanted to draw your attention to the specific policy considerations that you must apply in this case. Can I assist the committee members at all?
Councillor Blake?
I didn't disagree with a lot of what you said there, but at one point I will disagree. You said that the officer yesterday spoke on a matter of law.
Oh, did I?
Yes. I just want to, if you can correct that, because I already pointed out that officer said about the competence of drivers. That is not a matter of law. That's his opinion. He also made an opinion regarding the developers' contribution to highways improvement as well. They are not matters of law. So when you said he applied matters of law, I challenge you on that.
Of course, apologies, Councillor, if I came across as saying that. That wasn't my intention. He was commenting within his expert role. You cannot disagree with that expert role, but obviously this committee must take into account the fact. I understand. It's because I was saying that he's subject to matters of law, so he's subject to the duties in the Highways Act and subject to the duties in the Traffic Management Act. Thank you for clarifying me there. Can I assist the committee any further?
No, thank you very much for that. I think that was helpful in giving some context to some issues raised. So do any members wish to speak on this item? Councillor Blake, do you want to start?
You'd have been disappointed if I didn't, wouldn't you? There are times when people say the green belt, and I have a fixation with green belt. I do believe in protecting the green belt, as you know, but coming with an open-minded application. However, you've probably not noticed I haven't even mentioned the issue about the green belt this time, which is unusual for me, because my main concern is going back to the highways issue. Now, we can hear that the metres before you cross the road is absolutely fine, the view's great. That's if you're doing at the speed limit that they actually recommend coming down at 30 miles an hour. We know that over 600 vehicles a day are coming down there faster than that. Don't know what speed they're going. So what mitigation is there for that? There doesn't seem to be. And when I mentioned this yesterday at technical briefing, that wasn't an issue. They have to go on the 30. But it is an issue because, as I said to you, yes, I've done a site visit there off my own back. And I sent videos to every member on the committee, well, the ones that were on the committee at the time before it all got changed. 5 videos of horrific incidents within half hour. That was all I was over there, only half hour. I nearly got my foot run over by a car coming up on the path. Fact. No doubt about that. I get when you've got a lorry going by that they're going to be slow, and I get it's going to be really close. But as I said already, we had cars going so slow that they almost stopped. And that's a major concern. Well, the highway officers actually think that's not a problem because it means they're slowing down so they won't hurt anyone crossing the road. Again, that is a comment he made, which I found an extremely strange thing for him to say. This issue again, I could not believe where that drop curb, and that's all it is. It's not a pelican crossing, it's not a zebra crossing, it is just a drop curb, leading across to literally basically nothing. There's no path there of any sort. Like I say, all the years I've been on planning, I've never had so much issues with a highways issue, and sometimes things have to be challenged, and that's the issue. And I do think this is a case where your 116 you mentioned about severe to the development, I actually believe this is to the detriment of people crossing that road in particular, let alone anything else. And they are road users. If you're crossing a road, you're part of the condition. We always might try and make sure that our public are safe and whatnot. Those videos alone, I believe, if we went to an inspector, would actually say, you know, you've got a point here. You really have a point. So on that, and purely because I want to be fair, I actually honestly believe that, and I put the proposal forward, that we actually go for a site visit, because it is crucial that we have all the facts in front of us. We've now got members on this committee that have come along tonight that have not seen them, yeah, and it's not right that they haven't seen all the evidence that's going. I couldn't send it via the officers, I had to send it via myself, but I have major concerns, because tell you what, the problem I have, serious problem I have, and I say all the years you've never heard me speak like this, in all honesty, a serious issue I have is that someone will get killed along there. You know, and I've got to take it. I don't often like criticising people who have spoken, but you're wrong. You actually say it's an accident waiting to happen. It happened. It happened yesterday. Yeah, so, you know, we've got to take into consideration, and I'm putting a proposal forward, I don't have something to second me, that we do a site visit, purely on the basis of this is such a serious issue as far as I'm concerned, and I don't want blood on my hands.
I'm just going to take some legal advice as to whether or not that's something that this committee can actually vote on. So, Councillor Blake, if you have a seconder, which Councillor, sorry, Councillor Sargent, I didn't hear you there. Then I'm happy to have a vote, but please, members, do bear in mind that a site visit may not exactly change anything in this report, and it's certainly my preference and certainly sort of preferable to this item's already been deferred once, and so deferring it again to have a site visit that may not make any difference, may not impact anything. But I'll let the.
Can I please have silence again so I can speak? Your constitution sets out.
I've asked the legal officer to. I've asked the legal officer to speak. They will speak.
Your constitution, and also, Councillor, your constitution provides guidance on when you should go to a site visit. Your constitution provides at paragraph 9(1) of the relevant committee rules that site visits are generally unnecessary. It then goes through various guidelines. The pertinent one here: a site visit is only likely to be necessary if the impact of an issue is difficult to visualise from a written description, plans and any supporting material. There is a good reason why the comments of an applicant or objectors cannot be expressed adequately in writing, or the proposal is particularly contentious. You have heard here the evidence of various people tonight. You have the input from Councillor Blake and have seen the videos. You would need to take that into account in considering whether a site visit is in fact necessary, particularly in circumstances where This application has already been deferred once. Deferral again risks increasingly the chance of a non-determination appeal.
Thank you. I believe Councillor Baker wanted to come in first, and then I'll bring you back in.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, sorry, just given that we're on the cusp of vote on that, I would like to make a comment on the highways element of this, which I think is pertinent. So, yeah, I mean, Katie, would you mind putting the planning balance back up, please, on the screen? Thank you. So obviously, as for the benefit of the members in the public galleries, you can see here, the highways issue is currently not on the planning balance at all. And the reason for that, as we've covered at some length tonight, is the fact that the local highways authority do not believe it's a material issue in the determination or in our determination. So for us to vote against this application on highway grounds, sorry. Okay, no, we'll come on to the pertinent points in a second, Kevin. You've had a chance to make your points. I'd like to make mine now, please. So for us, as members of this committee, to vote against this application on highway grounds would effectively be to say that we regard the highway element of it from moving from something that is not in the planning balance at all as it stands to something which is so significant that it trumps every single other element in the planning balance, including the positive elements that you've had. But sorry, guys, would you mind if I just finish what I'm saying, because I'll come on to the pertinent point in a second. So obviously, just to repeat, we did have a technical briefing yesterday, and the information that was given by Essex County Council is as follows. Their words, not mine. So firstly, there have been no significant road traffic accidents closer than 300. So I'm making a statement of fact here. Sorry, could I just finish, please? It's really not helpful, guys. This is a meeting held in public. It's not a public meeting, and it's really not helpful for you to interrupt the whole time. So what we were told was, including the accident that took place yesterday, there have been no significant road traffic accidents closer than 300 metres to the exit of this site. And obviously that is the pertinent point, as the council mentioned. So that particular accident was on Norsey Road at the junction of Potash Road, not on Potash Road. And it was approximate, sorry, there's no point in shaking your head, that's correct. And that is about 350 metres away from the entrance to this site. So that was the first thing that we were told. Sorry, bear with me just a second while my computer refreshes. Apologies for the delay. So the second thing that they mentioned was, again, their words, not mine, that the additional journeys at peak time for this development, which would be about 1 every 2 or 3 minutes, are insignificant in the context of current traffic levels. Thirdly, that the visibility displays meet the specification for the speeds observed in their traffic survey, which I think has been mentioned was at the 80th or 85th percentile, 30 miles an hour, so a minimum of 40 metres in both directions. So the pertinent point I was coming on to, sorry, with that preamble is, I also made a site visit on foot to this development location. In fact, before we held the first meeting, in order to satisfy myself of the position. Now, what I noticed when I went there was that if you position yourself at the exit of this development, so where you'd be sitting in a car if you were leaving the development, you have a view, a clear view, I would say, for down to Bridle Way looking north and down to the bend in the road immediately prior to Norsey Road to the south in both directions, so approximately 300 metres in both directions, an unobstructed view from that location. You also have an unobstructed view down to Bridle Way if you are in the position to turn right from, if you're coming from the Norsey Wood direction towards the Stock Road roundabout. Likewise for the pedestrian access. So taking that site visit into account, my position on this is that my view on the highways element is not significantly different enough from that taken by Essex County Council to justify me voting against this application on that basis. That's what I had to say, but I just thought it was important, Chair, sorry to interrupt, that was also raised before we consider a vote on the subject. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Councillor Blake?
I never mentioned voting against the application. I don't know where that's come from. I didn't even mention voting against the application. I noted that we go for a site visit. So I don't know. Yeah, and on the other point, where you say that you have quite a good view there, if you're on the other side of the road where the houses are now, you have not got such a good view. But that I wasn't arguing about whether for or against the application. What I was saying was that we defer it to be for a site visit. Nothing about voting for or against the application.
Councillor Baker, would you like to?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, Kevin. I just thought before we had that vote on the site visit, it was important that I made the point that I too have made a site visit, and that my conclusions were, if I may put it so, at variance with yours.
Councillor Janae.
Thank you very much. Also, I think it's also pertinent to also visit the site to see how much of this is actually previously developed land. I think that's a consideration for a site visit as well, not just highways.
Councillor Sargent.
Thank you, Chairman. There appears to be to me, who's just subbing on this committee this evening, to be an urgency to get all the facts out, you know, and I feel like a bit under pressure here to listen to strict policy, even though I have sat on the committee before, but as I said, I just feel a bit pressurised that there is an urgency to put this through. I, as a sitting here substituting for my colleague this evening, I don't feel that I would want to make any decision on this application this evening until we have carried out what my colleague has put forward, a site visit. There to me appears to be a danger. My colleague last night provided some videos which, when we questioned the highway officer last night, his interpretation seemed to differ from ours. He is the experienced person. I'm just the local member looking at something that I am concerned about. And local residents have raised this evening, and I think it would be remiss of us not to give ourselves the opportunity to go and have a look for ourselves, not what this one said, that one said, the highway said, and what is legal or illegal. We just need to go and see for ourselves, and that is legal. You know, as much as you say you can only do a site visit on that, if there are enough of us here on this committee this evening that feel that would be the next course of action, then please, Chairman, allow us the ability to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sargent. Now, a deferment has been asked for and it's been seconded, so I will have that vote. But before I do, I will just say several members of this committee have already been on a site visit themselves. All members of the committee, I appreciate that yourself and Councillor Murphy are substituting, so may not have had a chance to, but all members of this committee have had a chance to visit the site if they wish, and all members have this application's been on for many weeks. If you want to go visit the site, you're welcome to. And I'm sure we've all seen Councillor Blake's videos from the site as well to get a perspective of what it's like there. So I'm going to go to the I'm sorry, Councillor Murphy, I would like to go get to the vote on this one now. You're welcome to speak after the vote on the deferment, but I don't see the point in deferring this for a site visit, but I will put it up to members to decide. So all those in favour of deferring the meeting in order to have a site visit? That's 3 votes. All those against? That deferment has fallen. We'll continue with the application as it is here. Do any other members have any points they wish to raise on this item? Councillor Murphy.
Yes, me being a local cab driver in the area of Billericay, I have gone up and down on that road for the last 20 years, probably in the tune of 20 times a week. So I've probably been up and down that road probably 10 to 20,000 times. Hence the reason I felt I didn't need a site visit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Do any other members have any issues they want to raise on this item? Councillor Genet.
Thank you very much. I just think, given the heightened sensitivity of the application, and that just 2 weeks ago we were sat in this very planning committee with the Labour members and the independent members clutching their pearls over an application in Nethermain for a very similar amount of houses, quoting exactly the same reasons.
I'd like to remind you not to be political.
I won't be political then.
Thank you.
So obviously we know approving this particular planning application is pretty dangerous, to be honest. We've seen car crashes, we know there's tight bends, and why would we be signing off effectively corporate manslaughter by approving this application tonight? That is what we're doing. And of course we know, even from the from how it's played out tonight, we know that the Labour and Independents will vote this through this evening. Of course, we've got the council leader sitting over there bearing his eyes down on the Independents. Of course he is. And obviously, so any sentiment about that they care about your greenbelt is absolute one for the birds. This application is a disgrace, and it's time to put these corporate developers and socialist council officers on notice. You're not welcome in this borough. Thank you.
I would like to, at this point, remind all members to please keep the politics at the door at planning meetings. We don't need it. Thank you very much. Do any other members wish to speak on this item? I will take that as no, and I will go to the recommendation, which is on page 14. The recommendation is that the planning application number 25/00575/OUT be granted conditional planning permission subject to the completion of a Section 106 agreement to secure affordable housing, education, healthcare, bus service improvements, open space and sports provision, local delivery pilots, employment and skills contribution, RAMS payment and maintenance and monitoring of the approved biodiversity game plan for a period of 30 years and payment of the local planning authorities' professional and legal fees and the cost of monitoring associated with the completion of the Section 106 legal agreement as set out in Section 5.17 and subject to the conditions set out at the end of the report, with any minor amendments delegated to the Assistant Director of Planning for approval that might be necessary up to the issue of the decision notice. All those in favour? All those against? That application has passed. I'll have a quick 5-minute break while we allow members of the public to change over. Thank you. members want to take their seats, and we can begin. Thank you. Thank you, members. Welcome back. I'll just quickly pass over to the legal officer before we get on to item number 5.
Thank you, Chair. Just as a reminder to members, please refrain from political statements. You'll be aware that this committee has to take decisions compliantly with the law and with the relevant policy, and your constitution provides that your role when determining a planning application is to have an overriding duty to the whole community, and accordingly in deciding the outcome of an application to make a reasoned decision taking into account the provisions of the development plan and all relevant material considerations. I hope that's helpful, Chair.
Thank you very much. If you don't mind just popping your... there we go. So next item on the agenda is item number 5, which is planning application number 25/01432/OUT, outline planning permission for up to 850 residential homes, use class C3, with associated landscaping, community and commercial floor space, use class EF.2, public open space, parking, drainage, utilities and infrastructure works. All matters reserved except for details for access from Pound Lane, land west of Bowers Gifford, and North Benfleet Homestead Road, Bowers Gifford. And this is Katie again.
Thank you, Chair. As the Chairman just said, that this application for members today relates to 25/01432 OUT, which is seeking outline planning permission for 850 homes, including 50% affordable housing, together with commercial floor space, public open space, landscaping, drainage and supporting infrastructure. Only access from Pound Lane is for determination, as all other matters are reserved. This is an EIA development, and EIA stands for Environmental Impact Assessment, and the application is supported by an environment statement that has been independently reviewed by Pell Freshman. The slide before you is the location plan, so you can see that the site edged in red is the site. The application site is 51.1 hectares, parcel of greenbelt land to the west of Bowers Gifford and North Benfleet. The surrounding area is a mix of agricultural land, pockets of residential development and strategic route that leads from Pitsea up towards Pitsea and Basildon. Before you is just an aerial photograph. So the aerial image highlights the site's current open rural character, predominantly agricultural fields, hedgerow boundaries, and a public right-of-way does cross the site. The site sits between existing residential area in the west, plotlands properties in the east, and wider countryside to the north and south. Before you are site photographs, it just shows that there is currently development on the site because, as I said, it's agricultural land. It is a farmstead. It's like open farmland. There is established hedgerows and ditches. There is existing structures within Little Chalverdon Hall farmstead, which are these buildings in front of you. So that's Little Chalverdon Hall. In front of you is the proposed site plan. So it shows the development is landscape leg, organising residential parcels around retained hedgerows, ponds, natural drainage channels, sud features and a network of green corridors. The key components are 850 dwellings, as I previously said the developments for, commercial floor space, over 18 hectares of public open space and a network of footpath, cycle routes and green infrastructure. This is an outline application, so it's access only. That is for consideration today. The proposal includes two new Ghost Island right turn junctions on Pound Lane, realignment of Pound Lane and safe pedestrian cycle connections. For you, on this slide is CGI images. These illustrate how the scheme could appear at reserved matters stage, showing new homes organised in neighbourhood clusters, landscape green corridors, play spaces and community areas, integration of existing heritage farmsteads and open space. They are indicative only, as detailed design will come forward at a later stage. Again, there's key issues before you. So as I said previously, the site does form greenbelt land. In this instance, I have considered the development to be inappropriate, causing substantial harm to the openness. The land cannot be classed as grey belt as it contributes strongly to preventing sprawl and settlements merging. However, the site does comply with the golden rules set out in paragraph 156 to 157 of the NPPF, which requires 50% affordable housing, necessary improvements to local infrastructure and new green spaces. And paragraph 158 of the NPPF is clear that a development which complies with the golden rules should give significant weight in favour of granting planning permission. Very special circumstances have been advanced by the applicant to justify approval. Harm must clearly be outweighed. Officers consider that the very special circumstances that are set out in the officer's report do exist, principally due to significant housing and affordable need in the borough. Moving on to the section 106, infrastructure contributions. As I said, there's 50% affordable housing. This equates to 425 dwellings. There will be bus stop upgrades, and also there will be 30 years maintenance and monitoring of the B&G. There are substantial healthcare, employment, bus service enhancements, education, play and sports provision, as well as health and wellbeing, which equates to over £17 million. The figure is in front of you on the slide. Moving on to the planning balance, you can see here the positive and the negatives. Positive being that's very substantial positive weight should weigh in favour of development because the council does not have a 5-year land supply. You know, golden rules apply in this instance and should be afforded a very substantial positive weight in favour. Social benefits here have been given moderate weight. However, I have put in brackets next to the new market and affordable homes, very substantial positive weight in favour. However, the rest is moderate positive weight. There is economic benefits here that has also been given moderate positive weight in favour of development, as well as environmental benefits. The negatives here you can see on the which relates to green belt harm, including the openness, loss of high low sensitive landscape areas, heritage harm, however this is a low negative weight, and loss of 3B agricultural land. The benefits clearly outweigh the harm identified, and therefore very special circumstances exist to justify approval. Officers recommend that planning permission is granted subject to completion of Section 106 agreement and conditions set out in the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Katie, do any members have questions for the officers? Councillor Murphy?
Yes, you did say in your preamble that the Pound Lane was going to have significant roadworks. I presume that is on a red line right on the front, which is on Pound Lane. What improvements are going to be made there for the egress and entry into the site? Do we know?
Yeah, so if I take you... Sorry, can you turn your mic off?
Oh, I'll do it.
So if I take you to the part of the report which relates to the proposed vehicle access arrangement, so that starts at paragraph 5.10.38. And you can see before you the plan which shows Pound Lane. So currently you will know Pound Lane as a straight road at this where the development is proposed. So they are realigning the Pound Lane. So that curve in front of you on that plan, that will be Pound Lane. So there will be 2 accesses off Pound Lane, and these are priority T junctions. So that's the plan that's shown in front of you.
Thank you. Do any other members have questions? Councillor Chenay?
Can you confirm to us how many times this has been thrown out at? I mean, you had the planning inspector previously said no to this, correct? This has been chucked out of planning before. Can you just confirm how many times that we've said no to this?
Yeah, so if I can take you to the history section of the report, which is on... So at 2.4 of the committee report, you will see there is a relevant planning history, and it shows you there that the council had before us an application back in 2013 that was refused, was dismissed on appeal, and was called in by Secretary of State. However, I must inform members that today the national policy is different to what was considered back then. Changes have been made to to the Greenbelt in the MPPF and PPG, and also, as I said in my presentation to you, that the introduction of golden rules, so the 50% affordable homes and other criteria is met, and that weighs significantly in favour. So please bear in mind that is a completely different policy background today to what it was back then when that application was considered by the Council, the Inspectorate and the Secretary of State.
Thank you. Oh, thank you very much. No, it was just to confirm how many times that it had been thrown out, because clearly this is an application that residents do not want to see, and quite frankly, a lot of people have agreed on that. So yeah, I think it's quite pertinent to know that for the committee that it's been thrown out previous times. Thank you.
And Councillor Schnee, Councillor Sargent.
Thank you, Chairman. Katie, the alignment that you have just pointed out, does that mean all the cars travelling down Pound Lane will now have to use that alignment? Because Pound Lane has, so I've been told by residents, is very dangerous. They absolutely hate it because it's got the, is it a chicane or the chicane up there? They absolutely hate it. So can you tell us what difference towards safety that alignment will make, please?
Yeah, so currently where the site is and actually where the access would be, there are chicanes at the moment where the road is straight. So by curving or creating a curvature in this part of the road will help slow down traffic. Yeah, so it will help slow down traffic. That's the purpose of realigning Pound Lane. So that's the reason.
It did come up in the briefing yesterday because you've got traffic, because it's a very busy road and it's a bit of a rat run, because you've got the people from the top of the road coming off of the A13, and then you've got at the other end you've got the A127 there, and there are more proposals for further developments. We've already been subject to them, you know, some massive site that will go on, or if there is a proposal for. So is that being borne into mind? Because even as we spoke last night, although I know tonight we're only considering the 850, but there could be up to 2,000 on that site.
So this site does form part of an emerging policy that forms part of our emerging local plan. So it's H8 this site would form part of. That policy does require 1,900 homes up to 2,500 homes. So this proposal is for 850 homes, so it forms a small part of that allocation that is emerging for this part of Bowers Gifford.
Thank you. Any other questions? I think Councillor Baker beat you to it there. Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so a couple of questions, Katie, for me, please. Appreciate this is an outline application at this stage, but are you able to show us any details as to how it would connect to Trenham Avenue to the west in your graphics?
Yeah, so you can't see my pointer on the screen. So to the east of the site, where you can see this red line sort of juts in, that is Trenham. You want me to go and point it out? Yeah, west side. Thank you. So yeah, so Trenham Avenue is actually here. So it's to the west of the site. So Trenham Avenue connects up to Tyfields in Pitsea. Currently, the council does have ownership over this road. As part of the application, it's part of the layout, but layout is a matter that's reserved for a later stage, and details should come forward at that point. So this is Trenham Avenue here. We've got footpaths that connect up to Trenham Avenue, which will help pedestrians sort of cross the site towards Pitsea in that direction.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, just one more detailed question. So can you just confirm, Katie, that this particular application will have no impact on the public park, Rushley Park, to the north of the site?
Yeah, so you'll see on the site plan here, Russian Park is further north of the site. So this this will not be developing Rushlands Park at all, so it won't have an impact on that park.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wickett. Councillor Blake?
Yeah, I'll add on to that. So, no impact on Rushy Park. What about the impact of all the people in the plotlands that are living in that area? It's going to have an enormous impact. It seems like there's a massive buffer to the west there, and you're almost building on top of the plotlands, literally building on top of the plotlands that are there. So why is there no buffer there at all? But we're worried about the other side, because in all honesty, the plotlands have been. You know my view on plotlands. I've always defended plotlands, especially if I have a policy within them. But this literally taken away. I know you're not entitled to a view. I know that, and that's not. So I'm not going to before I'm pulled up. I understand that, but there's a difference between being entitled to a view and actually being literally built right on top of.
So with regards to plotlands to the east of the site, so as you can see, the red line is there. There will be connections through to the plotlands because there are public rights of way. Yeah, I mean, you're right there in terms of about view, but, you know, we have carried out an assessment with regards to neighbour impact, and, you know, this development will have a negative impact in terms of overlooking privacy issues and anything like that. So that has all been considered within the report. Sorry, I can take you through the report, but yeah, that has all been considered.
Can you show me on there where they're talking about a shop? Can you show me on there where that actually will be, please?
The existing shop. It is on a corner because you've got a garden centre here that provides amenity.
That's the existing one. There's going to be one going into that development.
Oh, so you talk about the existing. So yes, there's a community hub here. So there's currently buildings here. So it's the Little Chelverton Hall farmstead. So a lot of these buildings are being retained, reused. They are non-designated. They are non-designated heritage assets, so these will be reused for community use. It's Class E and Class 5.2 with the use classes order. Class E does relate to sort of convenience stores. Actually, I've got it here, actually, what it all relates to. So, yeah, so Class E relates to retail sales of goods and other hot food, sales of food and drink consumption, other sort of small commercial offices. But, yeah, so we'll be providing a community hub for residents of this development. And also F2 was also identified, so that being local communities such as gyms, health service, that kind of thing. We have got a condition 36, that does require full details to come forward at reserved matter stage. But yeah, those existing buildings will be reused for a community hub, which will provide day-to-day services for the community.
Yeah, I'm more concerned about for the people that live there now rather than just those people that are coming in there. So that's my concern. And the other issue, I know it was raised at the technical briefing, but obviously a lot of people weren't there. My concern was, and I know it's a question I've never asked an officer before, as you know, that it really, the highways again, wonderful Essex County highways, say again that there's got to be relatively no impact at all from the A13 and also traffic actually coming off the A13 down by Pitsea and whatnot. They're happy with that, and again I find that staggering. There's very little impact. It's just for residents. That's exactly what we were told last night. Just confirmed that there really is no highways issue off the A13 at all. I've never seen a traffic jam there before in my life, to be honest with you.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, so as part of the application, there was a transport assessment that's been provided. It's quite a thorough, robust transport assessment. I've identified at paragraph 5.105 the networks that's been assessed, so key junctions such as Sadler's Farm, A13, A127. So, you know, it's quite a thorough transport assessment. Obviously, we've consulted with the Essex Highway Authority, who do not raise any objections to what's been put forward. So, yeah. So, and also they have considered part of TO. I know you did ask me about it last night and maybe didn't answer your question properly about the community impact. This TA actually does consider, because it's an EIA development and there is an environmental statement that's been provided with it, they have considered the community impact And actually in their transport addendum, what I'd bring it with me this evening, they have identified their baseline being 2025, and they're looking for year of operation, which is 2033. They've also used the data from Burnt Mills, which was granted planning committee last year, and the data centre. So that's also been incorporated in their transport data as community impact, and you know, they put that as part of the transport assessment because it is an environment EIA development basically. So so it is a very comprehensive transport assessment that has been provided, and key junctions have been considered, and they don't, Essex Highways have not raised an objection, and they felt the impact from this development would be negligible on Sadler's Farm roundabout and any other key junctions in and around the area.
Thank you. Do any other members have any technical questions? No, I don't believe there are. So we have 5 members of the public wishing to speak on this item. So the first member of the public, our call is Paul Medcraft. Paul, if you'd like to come to the front. Make yourself comfortable. You'll have 3 minutes from when you begin. No, but if you want to press the button when you're ready to begin, thank you.
Okay, so my name is Paul Medcraft, and I speak on behalf of myself and my wife Leslie behind me. We live at Shaynew on Thomas Road, directly next to this proposed development in that corner that we spoke about earlier. We are not against development in principle, but we're here because of the very real impact this will have on our home and our day-to-day life. Our property sits at the end of a quiet dead-end road, surrounded by farmland. For 8 years we have lived in complete peace, no through traffic, no street lighting, no disturbance, just open countryside and natural surroundings. That is exactly why we chose to live here. The proposal places a road around and housing and lighting directly around our boundary. This is not a small change, this is a complete transformation of how we live. It brings constant traffic noise, headlights directly onto our home, lighting around our entire boundary, loss of privacy and the loss of any real sense of peace in our garden. Under the NPPF, paragraph 130, development must provide a high standard of amenity for existing residents. We do not believe that that's achievable here. We have been told that a 6-foot hedge perhaps could mitigate that, but a hedge will not stop noise, it will not block headlights, it will not remove street lighting, it will not stop overlooking from new housing. And importantly, we do not currently need a hedge because we have currently open countryside. Under paragraph 185 of the planning decisions must avoid unacceptable noise and limit light pollution. At present, our home experiences complete darkness at night. The proposals introduce lighting on all sides of our boundary, permanently changing that environment. The site also sits within the green belt. As we know, the national policy is clear that harm to the green belt must be given substantial weight, and that development should only be approved for very special circumstances, clearly outweigh that of harm. We do not believe in this case that is actually here. There is also a significant issue around security, and our home has always been naturally protected by its position surrounded by farmland. This proposal introduces housing directly behind us, new access routes, increased movement around our boundary. That removes the natural protection we currently rely on and fundamentally changes how exposed our home becomes. Under paragraph 92, planning should promote safe and secure environments. We do not believe that is properly considered. In summary, this proposal causes to the residential amenity, introduces noise and light pollution, harms the green belt, and changes the safety and security at our home. This proposal doesn't change our surroundings, it fundamentally changes how we live. We respectfully ask that you recognise that level of harm and refuse this application.
Thank you, Paul. The next speaker we have is Victor Underwood. Victor, if you'd like to come to the front. Thank you. I think you'll have 3 minutes when you're ready. Thank you.
My name is Victor Underwood. I'm 37 and I've lived and worked and grown up in Basildon. My partner, who was also born in Basildon, runs a local business and we're raising a family here. Our children go to school locally and rely on local healthcare services and infrastructure, all of which will be affected by the proposed development of Bowers Gifford. The reason I'm here today is to reject the planning application being put forward tonight. I've never done this kind of thing before, but I felt compelled to come here and speak publicly for the record. I've recently transitioned careers from a soul-destroying job in warehouse management to a lifelong dream working in conservation and wildlife management. I developed my love for wildlife and the outdoors by exploring local areas of woodland, grassland and hedgerows, looking for dragonflies and newts. I will never forget when I encountered a snake for the first time, thinking snakes were only found in far-flung places, not realising that we actually have them in Basildon. The reason I bring this up is because the proposed development is on the area that I used to explore, the area that profoundly shaped my life in positive ways, and I worry that future generations won't have that opportunity to explore these wild places and discover the natural wonders that they call home. Children are becoming detached from nature, and I strongly believe that the level of development in this area is only contributing to that problem. Children don't want well-manicured... Hello? Well-manicured paths and lawns. They should be allowed to explore, discover and learn about their own local wildlife and natural environment. I originally came here with the intention of talking solely about the impacts that this proposed urban sprawl would have on this community's greenbelt, but after reading the insightful and well-crafted report by CNE Projects, I found some interesting things I wanted to discuss. The first thing that I learned was that the applicant for this development was Nottinghamshire County Council, which I'm hoping someone could explain to me after. Another interesting part is this socio-economic report, table 4.4, states regarding Basildon, there is currently a significant affordable housing need. If that's the case, then why is only 50% of the proposed houses affordable? By that definition, 50% of the houses are unaffordable. The health impact assessment, section 4.11, states that, quote, Basildon has the second highest prevalence of mental health disorders in those aged 16 plus in Essex and significantly worse outcomes for wider health determinants than the Essex and national averages. And yet there is actually no provision for health and care services mentioned in this application, which will have significant negative impacts on NHS services in Basildon that are already under strain. Given what I've just said, I'd now like to talk about so basically, I'm running out of time, aren't I? Yeah, so the numbers for the GPs don't add up. Like, you're looking at, it's saying that 1,800 patients per GP. You take the 3 local GP practices, and that then jumps up to 3,381 patients per GP. The Murray Medical Centre alone has 7,790 patients per one doctor. So, and that's going to have no impact. Like, there's more here. It's crazy what you're doing. But yeah, that's me, I guess.
Thank you, Victor Underwood. Next speaker is Parish Councillor Sue Edmondson. If you'd like to speak, you've got 3 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you, yes. I'm here representing the Parish Council and the residents of Bowers Gifford, and Dame Rebecca Harris MP, who actually sends her apologies. She wanted to be here herself. This application is not simply about approving a housing development. It concerns the permanent loss of substantial green belt. According to the National Planning Policy Framework, green belt development is considered inherently harmful. It's important to go further than that because not all green belt is the same. This is not derelict land or of little visual amenity that does not contribute to the purposes of the green belt. It is previously developed land and is open countryside, preventing urban sprawl between Bowers Gifford and Pitsea, protecting the character of Bowers Gifford as a distinct community. Development of this scale should not be understated, and it will be substantial, harmful urban extension to open countryside. That harm is not temporary, it's permanent. Once it's gone, it's gone. The central question for you to consider is whether the case for very special circumstances is strong enough to clearly outweigh that harm. The main justification being advanced by Basildon Council is a housing need. Everyone accepts that new homes are needed, but the national policy is very clear. Housing need alone does not justify building on the green belt. If it did, the protection that green belt provides would quickly disappear. That protection exists precisely because there's always the pressure to build. However, what is being proposed is not a small or carefully integrated scheme. It's a large-scale development that would fundamentally change the whole nature of this area. That is how Greenbelt is lost, not by one decision, but gradually. Tonight's decision is not just about planning policy, it's about the lived reality of residents. Anyone who lives in or travels through Bowes Gifford knows the current situation on the roads. Congestion is not a future concern, it's a daily experience. Where roads are already under significant pressure, journeys taking longer and bottlenecks forming. The proposal adds hundreds of new homes and with them hundreds of additional vehicles, estimated at over 800 in the course of a day. This is simply the reality of the location. We are told that mitigation measures will address these impacts, but being realistic, residents will ask, how often have we heard that before? Concerns are not just theoretical, they are real, and with developments on this large scale, congestion will worsen and the impact will be felt every single day by the people who already live here. Sustainable development is about building in place where infrastructure can support it. People have genuine alternatives to cars and growth can be accommodated without unacceptable harm. This site does not convincingly meet that need. It risks creating a pattern of development that increases car dependency and places further strain on infrastructure that's already under pressure. Despite all suggested measures to reduce this, the community will feel the impact now because of habits that would take years to change. Good planning means making difficult choices the right way. It means protecting the most valuable sensitive areas, including the high-quality green belt that performs its intended function. The land you are considering tonight is exactly that kind. There's also the need to acknowledge the strength of feeling among residents. People who live here understand the area better than anyone. They know the roads and the pressures. They know what will be lost and they have a right to be concerned. The parish council and the residents are not opposed to development in principle. They're asking for development to happen in the right place, in a way that's sustainable and in a way that does not permanently damage the character of their community. That is a reasonable and responsible position, and that is demonstrated in the NDO that we have prepared over the last 5 years. We recognise the pressure on the council to deliver housing, and the targets asked of you are huge. But this should not override national policy, and you cannot remove the need to demonstrate very special circumstances before building on the green belt. The harm to the green belt is clear, substantial and irreversible. The impacts on congestion and infrastructure, water, drainage and sewage are real and likely to be felt daily by residents, and the justification put forward does not clearly outweigh that harm. This large-scale development is not the right development in this location, and we urge councillors be brave in the face of pressure from your government mandate housing targets. Put your residents first, listen to their concerns, and use valid planning reason to determine this application tonight. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Councillor, Parish Councillor Vincent. Is your microphone still on? Yeah, there we go. Our next speaker is joining us online, Alexis Orwell. Alexis, can you hear us okay?
Hello, yes, thank you, Chair. I hope you can hear me okay.
We can hear you very well, yes.
Loud and clear.
You've got 3 minutes from when you're ready to start. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Alexis. I stand with the long-standing residents of Bowes Gifford who have called this village home for decades. This development on green belt farmland would permanently and irreversibly alter the character of our tranquil village. The infrastructure impacts alone are severe. With 850 homes, an average of 2 cars per household, this means around 1,700 additional vehicles feeding into Sadler's Farm, the A13, the A127 and surrounding lanes every single day. These roads are already under pressure and this level of increase is not sustainable. Based on typical family sizes, the development would bring approximately 2,500 between that and 3,400 new residents to this area, placing significant strain on GP surgeries, schools and local services that are already stretched. This would also create a sprawling extension between Pitsea, Bowers Gifford and Benfleet, eroding the very separation that the green belt is meant to provide. This application cannot be viewed in isolation. There is a separate proposal for 1,800 homes between Poundlane and Sadler's Farm already, creating a potential triangle of large-scale developments surrounding Bowers Gifford. Essex and Suffolk Water have confirmed in writing that they would be unable to provide water to these proposed homes. If the statutory water provider cannot supply the development, then this cannot be considered sustainable. Residents are overwhelmingly opposed. A community petition has now over 2,600 signatures against this application. This is not a small group of objectors. This is a village speaking with one voice. I speak today not just as a resident, but for someone who deeply believes in protecting the green belt for our future generations. These fields are home to wildlife, to nature, and to the peace that makes our village special. Members of this committee, you have a clear choice between short-term numbers and long-term stewardship, between irreversible loss and responsible planning. I'm asking you to defend what gives this village its character, its sense of belonging. We cannot afford to lose a countryside that makes Bowers Gifford what it is today. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexis Orwell. Our final speaker on this application is Ben Spencer. Ben, if you'd like to come forward. Thank you. And you'll have 3 minutes from when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Is the microphone on? Yeah. Yep, cool. Thank you. As a business, we look for opportunities where we're able to leave a positive mark on the sites, communities and areas we develop. Before we began on design, we held the first of 3 community workshops to understand the needs of local people to ensure our proposals could deliver long-term benefits. We held additional meetings with individual neighbours and stakeholder groups so that these conversations could be more targeted. This local knowledge and feedback helped positively influence the proposals and drive a balanced scheme that has been shaped by the local community. We've worked hard with stakeholders since we started the planning process, resulting in meaningful changes to the scheme, including the introduction of a village green, 20,000 square feet of publicly accessible community buildings that are in discussion with local councillors to determine their use, committing to brick facades fronting Pound Lane following parish council feedback, reductions in master plan density and greater landscaping buffers. We're further committed to providing local benefits by signing up for the Basildon First Charter, offering our homes for the first 12 months exclusively to buyers in Basildon, directly addressing the circa 10,000 24 to 34-year-olds living at home in the borough. The site is draft allocated at Reg 18 stage, supported by the need for housing locally and its sustainable location. The quality and offering of our proposals equally support a very special circumstances case as set out by officers, including lack of housing supply and delivery, provision of 50% of affordable housing, market-leading sustainability and community credentials, and the reuse of non-designated heritage assets, amongst others. The final proposal provides up to 850 1, 2, 3 and 4 bedroom homes, including 425 much-needed affordable family homes, equal to 50% of the scheme. Over 20% biodiversity net gain on-site, over 20 acres of new public open space, wetland areas, safe play spaces for kids and a new bus route. We're investing in off-site highways improvements along Pound Lane to improve traffic flow with full support from Essex County Council, alongside new pedestrian routes and cycle links. Additionally, providing over £17 million of Section 106 cash contributions towards other local infrastructure such as education and healthcare. Also making significant investment into drainage and subsystems that will add further improvements. The development is delivered under our award-winning housing system, where more carbon is stored in our homes than they create, and homes that generate more energy than they consume on an annual basis. As a result, the development will continue our world's first initiative, providing a community microgrid with zero energy guarantees for all residents, zero energy bill guarantees for all residents. We set benchmarks on every scheme we deliver, including being the only developer in the UK delivering schemes without the use of skips as part of our zero waste charter, and our homes are typically over 15 times more efficient in terms of fabric efficiency than building regs. We'll be introducing our proprietary residents-only EV car club that will provide vehicles with no rental fees for our residents, along with free-to-use electric bicycles as part of our partnership with the UK manufacturer Volt to promote sustainable methods of transport. Thank you.
Shane, I'll borrow a car.
If an officer could turn the microphone off, please. Thank you very much. I'll just bring the legal officer in to respond to a few of those points.
Thank you, Chair. Just to, again, make the committee aware of various legal points. Reference was made to the applicant, as I'm sure everyone in the committee aware, the identity of the applicant is irrelevant. You have to consider the application on the merits of the scheme itself. There was reference to noise effects in para 198 of MPPF. MPPF deals with noise effects by reference to another policy statement called the Noise Policy Statement for England, which identifies SOL, LOL and NO, which is essentially significant effects, non-significant effects and no effects. And they have to assess this as part of this application because it was an EIA development, so the officer referred to it being an EIA development. And in EIA terms, there are no significant noise effects of this scheme. Affordable housing was reference to the 50%, and does that make the other 50% unaffordable? Affordable housing has a specific definition in MPPF that you'll be aware of, which is 80%. One of the provisions is 80% of the market rate. Affordable housing is provided for in national policy. Your attention's already been drawn to the golden rules. Of course, schemes have got to be viable to be brought forwards as well, and that is a consideration when addressing affordable housing. The test for affordable housing under the golden rules, as flagged, is 50%. Was reference to healthcare provision. The officer might be able to provide you with specific figures, but the committee again will be aware you can only secure conditions and a section 106, which is among other things necessary to meet a planning need. So obviously it would be desirable for us to ask for as much money as we possibly can, but you can only ask for that amount to manage the effects of this scheme, and a healthcare provision has been secured, I think, in the region of 600,000. Yeah. Which is what is considered to be, and that is what was requested by the ICB, the Integrated Care Board. Reference was made to Greenbelt. It is correct, there has to be VSCs. Here, the officer's view is that this case needs very special circumstances to go forwards. I should flag the applicant made a case on grey belt as well, but the officer's view is that this is a very special circumstances case that you need to consider. And then there's been concern about traffic. Again, you'll be aware of what the test is. It's para 116. We went through it on the last application. So you need to find an unacceptable impact on the highway network or residual cumulative effect, which would be severe. I emphasise those words because MPPF envisages that developments will have a negative impact on highways. That is envisaged in national policy and regarded as not a reason to refuse on its own. You would need something which meets the test in 116, which is unacceptable impact on the highway safety, I say highway safety, or a residual effect on the network which will be severe. Aside from that was reference to water. You'll have seen in your pack that on page, I think it's page 104, there is the feedback from both Anglian Water and Essex and Suffolk Water who don't raise concerns. Unless I can assist the committee any further, I think that addresses all the points to be raised. Oh.
Thank you very much. Do any members have anything they wish to say on this item? I'm going to pick Councillor Baker to stop.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Blake, as well. So a couple of questions from me, Katie. So obviously you've outlined that this is Greenbelt land in your consideration. I just want to check though, am I right in saying that in the emerging local plan that housing development is anticipated on this particular piece of land? And a kind of sub-question, if you could perhaps handle them together. One of the speakers, the remote speaker, I think it was, talked about for potential future applications. So can you just confirm whether we are at liberty to factor in any potential future applications in our decision tonight? Thank you.
Yeah, so we do have an emerging local plan. It is at Reg 18 stage. So the emerging policy does carry limited weight at the moment. However, it is envisaged that there will be 1,900 to 2,500 dwellings in this area of Bowers Gifford under that policy H8. But as I said, it's at Reg 18 stage, limited weight at the moment. With regards to future applications, we haven't got anything for us for consideration at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Baker, do you want to... sorry, Councillor Baker, I'll just pause you for a second.
Just to assist Councillor as well, I should flag that because this is EIA development, the environmental impact assessment regulations require a consideration of cumulative effects. So you heard that in relation to traffic, but if you look at, I'm not suggesting you look right now, but at volume 10, there is an assessment of other sites that have been taken into account cumulatively. And obviously that's unusual to the normal position because this is EIA development. And so there's a list there which includes things which are at scoping stage.
Thank you very much. Any other members wish to speak? Councillor Blake?
It's just on I'll get used to it one day when I've been around London. On the national page 105, I'm going back to it. My apologies. So we can all go back to it, so we know where we are. I'm nearly there. Right, yeah. This says the development would have an impact on the healthcare provision in the area where there is already a deficient of primary care facilities and requires a financial contribution of 639,000 for the creation of additional floor space at an existing GP. Now, so what we're going to do, we're going to make a bigger floor space so we can get, because all the extra people are going to come in, but we've got no more GPs to actually look at them. So they're going to sit there for hours and hours and hours actually just waiting to see a GP. Giving money like that is just a red herring. It doesn't achieve anything, giving 639,000. It does nothing. It builds a bigger room that you can put people in. You're not going to be getting more doctors. You're not going to be getting more healthcare in that sense. You're simply getting a bigger area and a nicer area to put the people in. And we're talking possibly in about, by the way, about 3,000 houses going to be going up in Bowers Gifford in the near future. 3,000. I'm not quite sure what percentage that is of the population there already, but it could be almost be about 50%. I wouldn't have thought. Couldn't be far from it. So the nonsense about the National Health Service is ridiculous. Can we also then go to page 111? And where it says about the, he says, getting to the right bit, the healthcare. Healthcare and education. Representation states that the local GP and dental services are already oversubscribed. So we're talking about another maybe 2,000 odd people, and we're already oversubscribed with no confirmed provision of additional facility. Schools, particularly secondary schools, are described as full, with many pupils travelling to Benfleet, adding further pressure to the Sadler's Farm junction. Concerns is also expressed that there are new facilities that any new facility may not be delivered or would not benefit the existing residents. So what we're doing again, we're going to build these houses with the infrastructure not there. The GPs can't handle it, the dentist surgeries can't handle it, the National Health Service can't handle it. It's there in black and white on our record there. Now, if that is not a good enough reason to refuse this application, forgetting, which I actually think you got the urban sprawl, I actually think you are actually joining Pitsea up with Bowers Gifford. Now, there'll be people from Bowers Gifford who won't want that, and there'll be people from Pitsea who don't want that as well. So it's a two-way thing. But technically, it's something that we've always said you should not do. We've always believed in that. And so I would like some answers to those questions regarding the health education that I mentioned, that the facilities are not there. We can't cater for what we've already got. And you are talking about another 2,000 people. And as for the nonsense, and I know you're going from the regulation you've got to you, the nonsense that 850 houses will cause no noise impact. no noise impact when you're going to have 2,000 odd people using their cars, children going to school. It's absolutely ridiculous to say there's going to be a huge actually noise effect, as far as I'm concerned, and as far as everybody else is concerned. I really think there's some flaws in this, and it's not from an officer's perspective. The healthcare and education has come from them. That's what they're saying. But all I'd like to put on record, I feel really sorry for Kate. She's done an absolutely amazing job and two really severe and controversial application form, and she's handled it extremely well. So I'd like to thank her for her efforts on that. But yeah, please, someone can answer those questions.
Yes, sure. Thank you, Councillor. So, addressing those in turn, if you go to page 185 of your report, so this is where the requests have been made by the requisite bodies for money. And you'll see that the request of 639,600 is a request made by the ICB, so that's what they are asking for. And so it would be difficult for this council to argue within the test that sort of more than that is necessary. Similarly, I should also say page 111 you took us to, that is the list of the summary of local objections. Obviously the position from the ICB on healthcare is that. Similarly, just above it you'll see the education provision, which again, it's not a figure that the applicant has put forward as much as a figure that the relevant local authority has put forwards, and again, he would struggle to satisfy the test of necessity. And then on no noise impact, apologies, I didn't mean to say, if I did, no noise impact, it'd be no significant noise impact, and significant has a specific meaning within the EIA. I don't know if there's anything else to...
No, I think that's...
I'm not... The amount of money is irrelevant, whether it's 600,000 or £1 million. If you're actually just talking about doing up a place where you can put more people in without actually treating them, my point is that we need more doctors, more dentists, and more things to actually treat those children. It's not a case of that's all we could ask for. I accept that. I'm not worried about that. My point is, doesn't matter whether it's 600,000, £1 million. It's absolutely irrelevant because those people are not going to get seen because they're full. And I think on the dental surgery, the healthcare, the National Health Service, that they have put clearly in here, alone you could challenge that. As far as I'm concerned, again, for once, I'm not even spoken about Greenbelt, which is really rare. But you know, again, my issues on that. But I'm actually, the first one was all about highways, and this one is about healthcare and education, where they're going to bring all these people in. I do have concerns about the Greenbelt, and I do think you're talking about an urban sprawl, and I have serious issues with that. And whether we like it or not, and I know we can't take consideration planning applications that are coming up, we can't even take consideration planning applications that have actually been passed when it comes to highways and things like that. So we all know, as I said to you, you're looking at about over 3,000 houses going to be being built in that area soon, which has got to be in the region, and I'm happy to be corrected, 50% increase in population there. And with no extra GPs, education or anything like that.
Just three quick things coming back there, Councillor. On the amount of money for the ICB, it's not secured in the Section 106 how they spend it, so they may spend that money on something else. As in, that is the amount of money that's secured to be paid to them. They could, if so that be their mind, spend it on whatever they want, but they've requested it for that reason. I accept that point. That is what the report says. On cumulative effect, because it's EIA development, there has been an assessment as part of this of cumulative effects. And then, as you say, for Greenbelt, it is a question of very special circumstances, and your views on that.
Very quickly, I could only go with what it says in here, as you say, and if it says £630,000 to put an improved area, then this committee have got to take that as gospel. We can't say, well, it could be going on something else. That's what they've told us it's for. If it's not for that, then tell us it's going to be for healthcare within it, but don't come back and tell us it's 630,000. Do you see where I'm coming from on that?
Of course, Councillor. I mean, that's what the ICB consider is necessary, is the answer, but yes.
Thank you. Do any other members wish to speak? Councillor Baker, do you want to? Oh no.
Sorry.
I am sorry. I had invited Councillor Sargent to speak first. I'll call you afterwards.
Thank you, Chairman. I was at a scrutiny meeting, the community scrutiny meeting, a couple of weeks ago, and Andrew Pike, we had the health here, and I actually spoke to him about the amount of houses that we are building here in Basildon and the demand on that service, and how they are can they get their act together and so that when they get the money for the healthcare, they know exactly where it's going to go, because it could go anywhere, and the pressure. I mean, I just wanted to make that point, that we have said that, and I'm hoping and asked him to come back at some later stage and inform our community scrutiny committee of the outcome of that discussion. Anyhow, my comments on this planning application, as I've just said, we could, we've been told this evening to look at policy, we can't go beyond this and we can't go beyond that. Our borough, over the past just over a year, has been absolutely inundated with planning applications, maybe not on the scale of this one, but many of them that are totally overwhelming our neighbourhoods. And I just don't see how this one has been a good example of that. It's prime green belt. It's not grey belt, it's not pre-developed. This is prime grey belt, a green belt that's had animals grazing on it, and it's been lovely and wonderful for years. But taking into consideration the development that is going on here, the impact on the community's daily lives, apart from the fact that where they're going to send their children to school, where they're going to get their health care, the impact on that road, taking into consideration all of this, we could sit here all day and say, well, we've got to go through with it. But if the infrastructure isn't there, if the water's not there, if the drains are not there, it's okay. Oh, yes, they are, because, because that's what Anglia said. Oh, so when the development gets built, it's not the council's fault. It's not our fault because we've put it forward. It's Anglian Water's fault, or it's someone else's fault. Well, let us start to take responsibility here. We are here this evening, and we've got the ability to put another 850 homes in Basildon, with a prospect in this area of over 1,000 more. Whereas this area really is plotlands, lovely plotlands, and I have always supported a plotlands policy, which you give to this parish council and their neighbourhood development order. So let's let them have their plotlands, and let us say no to this absolutely overwhelming development. If we keep building, I said this a few weeks ago at my own planning application, or where I live, if we keep overwhelming our neighbourhoods and concreting over green belt, where is that going to take us for the future? I listened to somebody who said, planning has got to be responsible. It's a loss of our countryside. We mustn't talk about that, must we? We've got to go to planning policy. We've got to go to housing need. As everybody knows, we need houses. Yes, we do. But we can't just put them on green belt. Where's our lung going to come from in years to come? The impact of the traffic, the impact of everything, there is, to me, as a mere mortal, nothing stacks up on this. You've tried to stack it up. I'm sorry, but I just can't get my head round this, because in X amount of years' time, this borough will absolutely have thousands and thousands of homes. It will no longer be the rural, semi-rural. It will just become, it won't be the new town. It will just be a magnificent town full of houses and people that want to leave it because it's no longer, or because they've lost their countryside.
Thank you. Councillor Sargent. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of things I'd like to do. Would you be able to get the 106 contributions back up again for us, please? Thank you. First of all, obviously, if you're aware, in Pitsea as well, we are just in the process of building a new CDC centre, which is probably going to have over 200,000 visitors to the NHS every year as well. So we've got to I'll bear that in mind as well. So I'm sure the people of Bowers Gifford would be involved in that service. But I'd like to also, I'd like to draw down on or go into about the education funding there a bit, the contribution. Is there anything set out with regards to that contribution as to where that was going to go exactly, or? Thank you.
So page 185, it sets out the education contribution that's required. So they haven't named in this particular case schools in particular, but it just sets out, because obviously I put it in one bulk there. So over £1 million, so 1.8 million will go to early years and childcare. Primary, 6.2 million will go towards primary education, and for secondary, 4.7 million will go towards secondary education. The Education Authority haven't given me specific schools that they're looking to extend. However, you know, as part of the emerging local plan and for policies in this area, we are looking at new education facilities, but as I say, limited weight at the moment because we're at regulating stage. But yeah, so over 12 million have been requested by the Education Authority, and at the moment that's just going to early years, primary, secondary, but no schools have been identified at this point in time.
Thank you. I'll call Councillor Murphy next as he hasn't spoken yet. Councillor Baker, I'll call you afterwards.
Yes, it did concern me when a member of the council brought up a problem with water and sewage. So I quickly ran through this on page 104, 104, 103 and 104. It definitively says here that Anglian Water and Essex Water says that it can provide the services required. So I'm hopefully not taking that into consideration. I wonder where the information comes from that they wrote to somebody and said that they couldn't provide it, because that is obviously an untruth that has got to be investigated at some stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'd like to ask the same question that Councillor Hilliard asked earlier on infrastructure, but in a slightly different way. So just to check my understanding, this might be a question for Council, it might be a question for Katie, I'm not sure at this point. So I want to check my understanding. So we've got an application for 850 houses. Obviously there's an education authority connected with that. So this proposal goes to them and they say that they need a certain amount of money in order to make sure that all of the children who live in that development ultimately have school places to go to. And the number, if I understand it correctly on this, across early years, primary and secondary, is £13 million. So having asked for that amount of money and hypothetically being granted it, I am right in saying, aren't I, that the local education authority are obliged by statute to spend that money to make sure that every child in that housing estate has a school place to go to.
Thank you, Councillor. So what the provision is for is to mitigate the effect of, oh sorry, I can't see you, is to mitigate the effect of the development. So where this issue sometimes comes up is where you've already got a substandard service and the question becomes, well, the service is already substandard, so doesn't the service need to be improved first before you then put on the additional requirements? So let's say, you know, you've already got a failing school. Even if you put in the money for these people, that isn't enough, you should be putting in even more. As a matter of what you can apply to a planning decision, you can put the amount of money which will mitigate the effect of the development. So in answer to your question, what the Education Authority have come back with is the amount of money they consider which is sufficient to meet the need caused by this development. What they aren't saying, or what the figure isn't, is if there is a substandard service already, it won't also improve that service. It's just enough to account for this new development. And I flag that because you could end up in a situation where, yes, the money is spent on these new children, but you still have a overall, needs improvement school, because the developer can't be required to improve beyond the effects of the development itself. Does that answer? I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Yes, I think it does. Sorry, are you on your mic or not? I can't see.
Oh, yes, apologies.
Yeah, it does, but assuming that there isn't a failing school in the area, hypothetically, the obligation of the Education Authority is to make sure that there's an education place for anyone that comes into the area as a result of this new development. And that's what that £13 million is for. In other words, the infrastructure might not be there now, but this, or the Education Authority, as a hypothetical example, is obliged to make sure that that money is spent so the infrastructure is there when it's needed.
Yes, I see. Yes, so the local education authority is the subject of statutory duties requiring it to make provision which is lawful for children, which may sound a little weasel words, but essentially it means they have to meet the minimum standard in law, and that's why they're asking for this money. Again, I can't tell you that it will be the optimal provision that a parent might want for their child, but they are subject to the statutory duties, and those duties are enforceable by functionally parents judicially reviewing the local planning authority if they fail to make adequate provision.
Councillor, any other members? Councillor Janae?
Thank you very much, Chair. Again, thank you to all the residents and all speakers tonight regarding this application. It's been rejected 3 times previously, so I implore members of the committee tonight to reject it again. I do note as well on paragraph 4.10, it says this application site forms part of an emerging H8 allocation, land west of Bowers Gifford, a strategic housing location identified for 1,900 to 2,500 homes across approximately 149 hectares. This allocation seeks to deliver an urban extension to Pitsea and Bowers Gifford. So again, like some of the comments were made, this does not contribute to urban sprawl by now effectively bringing Pitsea and Bowers Gifford together. And not many people want to see that happen. Many residents don't. So therefore, that we should take that into consideration today. It also says H8 emphasises sustainable design and green infrastructure protection. Where on this application of building nearly 2,500 homes, 850 today, but it'll be 2,500 homes, where is there any green infrastructure protection on this particular application? I can't see it here. So on that basis, I'm not going to be voting for this tonight because, again, we are damaging our green belt beyond recognition. And before we know where we are, it'll be a concrete jungle with homes readily available for Sadiq Khan's London. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and it wouldn't be a major application if I didn't ask members to not use political attacks in their speeches. Are there any other members who wish to speak? Councillor Sargent.
Thank you, Chairman. The last comment made by Mike in regarding the schools, and there's got to be provision. Now, considering this is in an area where I think it's St Margaret's, there's a nice little school there. Now, so the authority, there was nothing here that I heard. There was millions of pounds, but no new school. You know, it's provision for, we know, early years, just important, primary and secondary. No new school. So therefore, these children can only go to existing schools within the borough. So if in that area, and I think Katie said that no schools were given, I don't know, right, Katie, on this one, you said no schools were given forward to you about where the children could go. So considering it's kind of neighbouring another, what is it, the next, you know, another area, where would they go? I mean, yes, you've got the big schools, you've got the Barnstable one and the one at Pitsea, but what about the primary schools, which is most important? You know, those children, if there's nothing local, they're going to have to get transport, aren't they? You know, they're going to have to be taken away from the borough and taken out elsewhere, because this is what's happening all over the borough, because the school, nobody's building a new school. This is what I don't understand, that there's got to be one somewhere. You can't just rely that other schools are having places. Most schools are full to brimming at the moment. So, so it's okay to say, oh, you can judicial review a school or whatever kind of implementation you want to take on, you know, legal matters you want to take, but it shouldn't come to that, should it? If you are going to build homes of this nature, they really, really should have access to proper childcare, schooling, and all the rest of it. But that isn't happening, and it's, as I said earlier, it's okay to say, well, okay, highways and whatever. As my colleague pointed out, that the Anglian Water said, oh, that's sufficient. But if it isn't, I mean, there was an application a couple of weeks ago where nobody could move in because there was something to do, was it water, Kevin? I think you were on that one. And I'm thinking, how can you build it and then you can't move in until this facility within that home is provided? So what are we, you know, this is my real concern. What are we setting ourselves up for here? Or all over the country, come to that, because you just can't keep on agreeing planning applications, even though a number may not go forward. By the sounds of it, this one could go forward as early as next year. So that, you know, that is the concern I have for the residents, and I don't believe that this council is listening to its residents. They're the local voice and they're the people with the need. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sargent. Councillor Baker, did you want to come?
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to check something on what Councillor Sargent's just said there. So on page 185 of the report, it says, I'm reading from it now, in relation to primary education, Essex County Council advises that the development will create a need for a new primary school. A contribution of £6.2 million is therefore required to mitigate the impact. So if I understand that correctly, Katie, what we're saying is there will be a new primary school as a result of this application, but we just don't know where it is going to be yet. Bear in mind it hasn't been approved yet, so therefore the need isn't there yet.
As part of the emerging local plan, as I said earlier, it is at Reg 18 stage, so there is very limited weight that can be applied to it. There is an evidence base that we require education facilities in this area of Bowers Gifford, but as I say, that forms part of our emerging local plan, Reg 18, very limited weight at the moment.
Any other members? Councillor Blake?
So to answer that question, just before I go any further, the answer is no.
Where was that? Yes.
Functionally, this council can't secure by a Section 106 an obligation in the local education authority to build a new school, which you might interpret the answer to being no, is where you are. But again, the council is bound by what is requested of it. No, sorry, I shouldn't say the word bound. The council has to appropriately take into account the money that is requested of it.
That's fine, good, because at the very beginning it sounded good and it doesn't end up so good. So again, with that money for the for the education, it basically goes into a pot, doesn't it? And that this school or wherever could be absolutely anywhere within hopefully within the borough. But could it be county wide, or is it going to specifically be within? Can we say it's going to be within the borough? Bear in mind where that borough finishes. That actually borders another borough. So what I'm saying, but already we have issues where where it's quite clear the children from Pitsea, because they're full already, are already going to Benfleet. So we've got a situation where we want more education for the Benfleet for all these children, but it's already being occupied by the children from Pitsea. You can't get into those schools there. So that's certainly another issue that I've got. It all sounds good, and it does, but it's not quite working out like that. Something I forgot to mention. So when I was talking earlier about the healthcare and whatnot, it says this is another thing. This is why what's in the document we've got to go by and vote on. I've given you a few reasons now how you can object to it. But this final one. Residents further note that Basildon Hospital is already under significant strain and unable to accommodate additional population growth. That's another good reason. The health service, our own Basildon Hospital cannot take any more. It's there in black and white again. So I've given you loads of reasons now that are in our report that you can use if you wish to not support this application. There's the education, there's the healthcare, there's the doctor's surgery, there's the dentist surgery, there's Basildon Hospital, and again the issue of Greenbelt and urban sprawl. So there's God knows how many there to actually say we can't support this.
Thank you, Councillor. Just very quickly, of course, you have to take into account all material planning considerations, and that's why the reporting of residents is reported in the officer's report. Of course, also the NHS was asked to comment on its capacity and what money it needed, and you also need to take into account that that is the amount of money they've asked for.
Thank you. I've got a few views on this, as you would expect me to have. Yeah, I mean, look, ultimately 850 homes goes a long ways to meeting our 5-year housing land supply, which we are nowhere near making at the moment. Of those 850 homes, 425 of them are going to be affordable, which will be a big impact on our borough and solving issues that around affordability there. The item includes shops and public open spaces which aren't currently there. Improvements to the World War II pillbox, which is always good to see, and that will feature. They'll remain on the public open spaces. Ecological net gains above the statutory requirements, which is always good to see, and I'm glad that that's being taken into consideration. As the officers pointed out already, there's over 17 million, almost 18 million pounds worth of improvements to various things, including 12 million for schools and education, 1.47 million for play and sports and culture, 2.4 million pound improvements for bus routes, which will be a big impact on the area. So there's a lot to like here. There's a lot of things which will improve the local area as well as help this borough hit its housing land supply. So yeah, if no members have any other points, then I'll go straight to the vote. So the recommendation is on page 92. And the recommendation is that planning application number 25/01432/OUT be granted outline planning permission subject to no call-in powers being exercised by the Secretary of State, and the completion of a section 106 agreement as set out in section 5.17 of this report, and subject to the conditions listed at the end of the report, with any minor amendments prior to the issuing of the decision notice delegated to the Assistant Director of Planning. So can I have a show of hands for those in favour of this application? That's 3 members. All those against? That's 3. And any abstentions? That's 1. So with the with the chair's casting vote, this application is passed. Thank you. We'll take a short. We'll take a short. Members of the public, I'm keen to get on with the meeting. We'll take a short break now. Thank you. Thank you, members, and welcome back. With 3 applications to go, not even halfway through yet. So, agenda item number 6, which is planning application number 25/00794/OUT. Outline application with all matters reserved except access for demolition and partial demolition of the existing commercial buildings, construction of 26 retirement apartments and 70-bed care home, alterations and change of use of the remaining commercial building to a residential T/day room on land at Great Broomfields, Cranefield, Park Road, Wickford. Now, I will say that an update sheet has been circulated. I'm sure you've all had a chance to have a look at that. And this is for Gordon to get us started.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, as you've alluded to, this relates to an application for a care home and retirement flats at a site at Great Broomfields, Cranfield Park Road in Wickford. There is the site location plan. It's approximately 1.66 hectares, located on the southern side of Cranfield Park Road. The application site comprises 2 barns in the northwest corner, a further barn sort of centrally in the north part of the site. The Great Broomfields is a Grade 2 listed building, and there's a pond to the northeast corner of the wider holding, but don't form part of the actual application site. There's an aerial photo. Most of it, as you can see, is laid to sort of grassland. There is some previously developed land in the form of those 3 barns I've identified and some hard standings. Cranfield Park is to the west. Upper Park Road is further to the west, and Newlands Road is further to the east. It is in an area of plotlands and greenbelt. There are urbanising influences through Newlands Road, Upper Park Road, and sporadic development in the wider area. These are some site photos. Top left photo shows Great Broomfields, the listed building, as viewed from the road glimpsed between trees. On the right is the existing access leading to the 2 barns close to the site entrance, and there's the pond. Views within the site itself, so there's the listed building top left, one of the buildings that's in the middle of the site on the right, and views up and down within the grassland at the bottom. This is the proposed indicative layout. As I mentioned, it is an outline application with all matters reserved except for the access. The applicants have nevertheless submitted details of how they indicate the site could be developed to accommodate a 70-bed care home and 3 blocks of 26 retirement flats. All the buildings would be 2 stories, not more than, they're shown about 7 metres in height. The care home building is at the southern end, and the 3 blocks are sort of in the centre. The listed building is, you can just see further to the left, there's about a 70-metre distance between the listed building and the nearest block behind Block B. These are some illustrative proposed elevations. Again, I must iterate that it's indicative at this stage, just to show how it could be achieved, and they've identified different materials, mixtures of earthy tone bricks, timber cladding and green walls. I'll move on to there's an indicative care home floor plan spread over 2 floors, primarily with a small basement. Each care home room would have a wet room, and there'd be associated day space and ancillary spaces. And then these are the retirement blocks. I've just put Block A and B in. Block C is similar to Block A, only it's all 1 bed. And then the remaining commercial building at the front of the site would be converted to a residence tea room, as indicated there. The other 2 commercial buildings would be removed. The agents have identified that whilst previously there were up to 7 businesses within these units, there's now only 4 catering for 6 jobs, and they are relocating to Billericay. The proposed scheme is intended to provide up to 60 care home staff employment spaces along with construction jobs. And these are some CGIs. In terms of consultation responses, 115 properties were consulted 2 representations were received, and these are listed on page 227 of your agenda pack. Key issues identified there: principle of developing the Greenbelt site, indicative layouts, historic environment, the need for specialist older persons accommodation, and other impacts: highways, environmental health matters, ecology, design and crime infrastructure, and Section 106 contributions primarily. If I go back up again, so officers have done an assessment. We do not consider it to be grey belt in this particular instance, so therefore is it in the green belt. It would represent inappropriate development within the green belt for which very special circumstances are required. Very special circumstances have been provided in this instance, and these are listed. I think it was at page or 0.516 in the report. In terms of the impact on heritage, we have consulted the historic environment team at Essex County Council's Place Services, and they've advised that the development would cause a medium level of less than substantial harm to the setting of Great Grenfield's Grade 2 listed building through development within its setting, albeit it's set well back, as I've alluded to. Whilst this harm nevertheless, it does carry great weight, and that's assessed in the application. In accordance with paragraph 215 of the MPPF, this harm must then be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal, and again these are set out at 0.516 of the report. I'll go through them in a little bit more detail. In terms of parking highways, 58 car parking spaces are proposed to accommodate up to 20 staff on site at any one time of the up to 60 staff that could be employed, basically in a rotation. No objection is raised by the Highway Authority, subject to conditions including enhancements to nearby bus stops on Cranfield Park Road and submission of a workplace travel plan, amongst other conditions. If I come on to the infrastructure elements, I should also say no affordable housing is proposed on site. It does include these retirement living type dwellings. Therefore, the application has been accompanied by a financial viability appraisal, which identifies that whilst they can't provide affordable housing on site itself because of the nature of the scheme, they are proposing just under £200,000 towards off-site affordable housing via a commuted sum. In the update sheet, you'll see the Council's Housing and Development Investment Team advise they are supportive of the commuted sum on the care home scheme. They advise this is more appropriate than on-site affordable housing for this type of development due to service charges are likely to be unaffordable, and it's difficult to find a registered provider who is willing to acquire affordable housing in this type of development. Other contributions, as you can see there, come to, and I've put it again in the update sheet, it's just over £100,000 towards healthcare, open space, transport, highways, employment and skills. So to conclude, the proposal is intended to provide a provision of a high-quality specialist care home facility meeting an unmet local need, contribution to Council's 5-year housing land supply, affordable housing contribution, economic, social, health and wellbeing benefits along with the ecological enhancements. Negatives are it with an appropriate development in the Greenbelt will cause localised harm to the openness, which nevertheless carries substantial weight. In the assessment, you'll see that because of the nature of the site, we're very well enclosed by existing tree belts. The application follows on from a previous scheme that was submitted for a 3-storey set of development over the site, which we were reminded to recommend for refusal, but the application was withdrawn prior to that being coming to committee. Following that, the applicants amended the scheme and came in with this smaller scheme to try and seek to address those visual amenity or visual impact on the Greenbelt aspects that we raised, which are now considered to be addressed. So there will nevertheless be spatial impact because it's introduced a lot more development on the site than the existing barns to be demolished. And other negatives, there will be a medium level of less than substantial harm, as I alluded to the setting of the Grade 2 listed building, which carries significant or negative weight in itself, and to a lesser extent, lower impacts on the landscape and loss of former agricultural land because it hasn't been in viable agricultural production for in excess of 50 odd years, and the size of the holding wouldn't lend itself to viable agricultural use. The applicants confirmed that they just use it as part of their extended garden effectively, because it's all mowed continuously. But so on that basis, the application is recommended to members to be granted planning permission subject to completion of a Section 106 agreement to secure the planning obligations and contributions set out at Section 5.15 and the conditions set out on pages 272 to 285 of the report, with any amendments that might be necessary up to the issue of the decision notice being delegated to the Assistant Director of Planning for approval. And happy to take your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon. Councillor Murphy?
Yeah, the Grade 2 listed building, I've got 3 or 4 questions, perhaps it'd be easier so you can connect them all together. I see it's in the far left-hand corner, so my first question is there any other access to it other than through the development? Secondly, what type of Grade 2 listed building is it? Are the public, is it sufficient for the public to go in of interest? I think that's it, actually. I think there's something else I'm thinking of, but I'll worry about that in a minute.
Yeah, sure. No, in answer to your second question first, it is a privately occupied dwelling house, so there'd be no public access. It's Grade 2 listed, which is the standard listing. I think something like 90% of buildings that are listed in the country are Grade 2 listed, and then later ones, or more important ones, Grade 2 star or Grade 1. And then the other question was the access. They're intending to reopen a former access. I don't think I've got a photo on it. They're closing the existing access, which is, I could show you on the screen if that's more helpful. So the existing access, and you'll see when I go back to the photos, is there where you see the views of these 2 existing barns. That barn goes. They're reopening up this access. There's a gate there at the moment. There's a small crossover. But I think, yeah, they're intending to share that access in order to access the listed building. But they own, the applicants, or rather the owners of the site are also the owners of the listed building.
So just to continue that, basically it's a private residence with nothing to do with us, and they're going to keep themselves out in the corner somewhere. Basically.
It's a private residence. They may choose to continue residing there or sell the property. Yeah, I'll go back to the photo quickly.
No, I think that's all good. Thank you, Gordon. Councillor Blake?
You were looking to see someone else you could put in front of me then, weren't you? Yeah, just a couple of things. Just remind me, and I should know this, I do, but Grade 3, that's quite good agricultural land, isn't it?
So, the council's own study identifies the majority of the borough is Grade 3, which is moderate to good. 3A is good. 3B, I understand, is moderate. By the very nature of this, it wouldn't be 3A. So.
Thank you. And can you just tell me why you said that the previous application, whilst it got pulled, was ready for refusal? What was the reason for refusal by this council?
I don't have it right before me, but I believe it was going to be on harm to the character and on the greenbelt because of its 3-storey type. It was a visual, primarily a visual impact arising from the 3-storey nature.
You know where I'm coming from now. It's, you know, it's we as a council were going to refuse it on Greenbelt and maybe something else, and here we are saying let's pass something on the Greenbelt. The private, and I know what you say about the private residency, but the previous application was private land as well, wasn't it? So say it's just a little bit of land for residents, it doesn't really matter. The previous application for 850 homes was also on private land. So I don't see what the, do you see one? I don't see the significance in that that rationale. I don't see that as a I don't see how that can be a recommendation for approval, because it's a little bit of land owned by somebody and nothing to do with the council. When we just, it's not actually, and then we just passed 850 houses on exactly the same scale on land that is privately owned. The definition is exactly the same.
I don't think the ownership isn't an issue. I don't think. No.
Just, of course, to flag, Councillor, that you have to be cautious with previous things that did or didn't come across this committee's desk and material planning considerations and the like.
Thank you very much. Councillor Blake? Oh, sorry, Baker, not Blake.
Thank you, Chair. Gordon, could you put the planning balance back on the screen, please? Thank you. So I'd just like to ask, how close were you to not recommending this for approval? Because this is one of the most balanced planning balances I've seen for quite a bit. And also, I think I'm right in saying that substantial weight is more weight than significant weight. So how close were we?
It was certainly more than 50. It was probably more towards the 60-40. It's a balance. There is harm, but because of the nature of the site being visually so enclosed, the harm to the greenbelt is limited, it's localised, because there's clearly space for harm because it's a much bigger development on the site than what's there, but visually it's not going to be very perceptible from any public vantage point because it's so visually enclosed.
Okay, is that
one other?
Yeah, Councillor Blake.
Is there an area of view? I want to get my head round exactly where it is in comparison to the Cranfield Park play area and also the traveller site that's to the. So where are we? Can you? Sorry, Gordon. Can you get up there and give us a?
I can get, yeah, so the red star is the application site, and that's one of the reasons I didn't identify it as grey belt in this instance because it forms part of a gap between Basildon and Wickford, and it involves a projecting finger of development into what is largely undeveloped part of the land. But you'll see there are urban influences around it from the sporadic development in the wider plotlands because of the nature of the plotland. But I think it really primarily rests on the fact that this is not a general residential development. It's a residential care development, which it sort of puts it over the threshold, in my opinion.
Yeah, I see where you are now because I walk my dog. I can see the path where I walk my dog round, and then the traveller sites on the bottom left-hand side. Yeah.
I believe there's some travelling showman sites on the far left. The travelling pictures are further south in Hopefield.
Yeah.
And then there might be a couple in Newlands.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other questions before we go to members of the public? I'm not seeing anybody indicate, so we have one member of the public wishing to speak this evening. That's Peter Lucy. If you'd like to come to the front. So you have 3 minutes from when you begin your speech.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening. I'm Peter Lutzi and I act on behalf of the applicants. The proposed development before members meets the demonstrable needs of the borough and goes some way towards planning for the future of the ageing population. It provides employment opportunities for Basildon residents with up to 60 jobs being created. And it delivers a Section 106 package in the order of £300,000 for such things as infrastructure and wider community requirements. As per the various reports that officers have highlighted, Basildon and indeed Essex has an ageing population with the over 65-year percentile increasing by 20% in the last 10 years, whilst care home bed supply has only increased by 2.9% for the same period. The borough has been challenged in its housing land supply requirements, with ongoing pressure existing for the release of land. This, of course, is only acceptable where the appropriate policy-led circumstances apply, and they do for this proposal as highlighted by officers. For many years, the land itself has been used for residential and small business purposes, and the field as informal open space with little to no agricultural viability. The land gives a feeling of safe enclosure due to the presence of the many mature protected trees along the site boundaries, representing a natural barrier from development sprawl. National policy supports the appropriate development of land such as this when circumstances are considered to be suitable, and after detailed consideration, officers have concluded it has such suitability. 60 jobs will be created at the site, although 8 to 10 staff will be on site at any one time. With bus stops within 100 metres enabling ease of access to Basildon, Chelmsford and further afield via Wickford Station, the sustainability credentials are notable. The submitted transport assessment and scrutiny by Essex County Council highlight that there are no objections nor concerns with respect to road safety, traffic generation, access or car parking. The proposal before members complies and is consistent with the objectives of local and national policy, whilst providing demonstrable benefit to Wickford residents and the wider borough. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. So we'll open it up to any comments from members. Who wants to start us off with this one? Yeah, Councillor Murphy.
Oh, sorry, I got in there a bit quick. I believe it was said that the gentleman that's spoken said there'd be 8 members of staff, so presumably the maximum number of cars hopefully would be 8. Did you not say there's 64 car parking spaces attributed to this development?
Thank you, Councillor. So, again, it's indicative at this stage, but they're showing 58 car parking spaces in the indicative layout. Oh, it's not there, but... So,
could perhaps you just remind me the number of people they expect to live there?
So, there's 26 sort of retirement flats, 22 one-bed and 4 two-bed, and then there's a 70-bed care home.
So approximately,
but,
it's 100, so there's 50 cars there,
50,
one between two.
Yeah, and then the staff, I think, the agent suggested potentially 10, up to, it could be slightly more, staff on site at any one time. They might not all necessarily arrive by car. We do have bus routes, and that's why we're seeking bus stop enhancements. And it would also be subject to an obligation to require that all residents be over 55. The agent himself has indicated that they believe it would suit more people or suit people closer over the age of 75, but obviously 55 is what we would normally apply as an obligation plus. And it would also have to be subject to all occupiers would be subject to would be a qualified occupier requiring a minimum of 2 hours of care on site. Obviously, those in the care home may require more nursing care, etc.
Has the parking been considered for if we have 100 residents, is the way the figures work out with 2, 1 and 70? Has it been considered if everybody's in 2 hours care, how many carers' cars might be coming in and out? Because they will not be getting on the bus.
No, so the agent alluded to potentially 10 staff on site at any one time. It could be slightly more, but there's a maximum of 60, but that would be on rotation, so you would not expect to see more than 20 staff on site at any one time. They may not all arrive by car. Some may, but again, the size of the car parking has been considered by the Highway Authority for this size of development, and they've raised no objection. Subject to conditions, there will be a work travel plan as well for the employees, and various other enhancements, contributions towards the local cycling and walking infrastructure plan, etc.
Thank you, Councillor Blake.
Yeah, I believe I know the answer to this, but it's just if anybody's listening, the fact that it's for the over 55s, if they need to change that, as we've had past, they have to come back to this committee for it to be done. That's just in case anyone's wondering. Yeah, we have been bitten by that, haven't we, as we know as a council.
It would be a legal obligation.
Yeah.
It would, if they change it, they'd have to come back to it.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Blake. Any other members wish to speak on this one? No. Well, I'll just quickly say that there is a clear need outlined in the report for this type of property in the borough. We have a few properties like this, but as Basildon has an Asian population, we will always need more as time goes on. So with that said, we'll go into the vote then. So all those. Oh, Councillor Murphy, did you? Oh yeah. Unfortunately, I have to read out a paragraph of recommendations first. But the recommendation on page 218 is that the planning application number 25/00794/OUT be granted planning permission subject to the completion of a section 106 agreement to secure the planning obligations and contributions set out at section 5.15 and subject to the conditions set out at section 7.3 of this report, with any minor amendments that may be necessary up to the issue of decision notice to be delegated to the Assistant Director of Planning for approval. So all those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? That has passed. That has passed. Thank you, members. Just let the officers change over. For anybody watching at home, we're just sorting out the presentation on the screen. Okay, I think we're ready. Item number 7 is planning application number 25/01324/full, proposed demolition of existing Bull farmhouse and existing outbuildings/structures, construction of residential care home facility to provide 66 single occupancy bedrooms, all with ensuite wet rooms, with associated car parking, drainage and landscaping provision, and new vehicular access off London Road at Bull Farm, London Road, Pitsea, Basildon. And this is David.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, as you say, it relates to Bull Farm, London Road. The site is on the north side of London Road, roughly a kilometre from the town centre, and the eastern boundary borders Eversley Road. The site at the moment is a kind of combination of buildings on the southern part of the site, with a field to northern part which rises to the north, and surrounding that you've got the newer development at Bowers Close on the west there, some plotland properties to the north in Eversley Road, and a small kind of cottage property directly to the south. just a few photographs of the site, which I hope you can see. On the left-hand side, you've got the entrance to the site, which is a kind of rough track at the moment. The original farmhouse is on the top left-hand corner there, probably some early 20th century, something like that building. And then on the Eversley Road side, you've got the kind of hedges and trees, very kind of a plotlandly type of approach to the site. The ones on the left side are the kind of original farm buildings. As you go into the site, there's a large tree between the boundary with the neighbour there, and then the central northern parts of the site are the kind of commercial use in the central part. Usually they seem to be making like concrete posts and panels, and then the northern part of the site, which rises, like I say, towards the Eversley Recreation Ground, is just a rough grassland and left to its own devices. So the proposal is to clear all those buildings and then erect a two-storey 66-bed nursing home, particularly specialised in dementia patients. The access would be improved, modified onto London Road, as you can see on the bottom left-hand corner there. That would lead to a car park on the southern part of the main central area, providing 30 spaces, and the building itself will be this kind of inverted H arrangement. The main entrance on the southern central part of the site. Surrounding the building would be like a formal garden areas of the building. The building itself would be cut into the slope, as you saw earlier, and there'd be these kind of little courtyard areas for residents to use should they wish, and a kind of more formal kind of outdoor area on the northern part. And the northern part of the site itself would be more of an informal kind of area for occasional use by residents and any visitors. The kind of design itself is kind of contemporary modern sort of approach. A flat roof to kind of limit its overall height, and use of a kind of pale red brickwork with some contrasting bricks around windows and kind of panel features with some rendered elements. The kind of general layout, this is kind of laid out. The darker pink ones are the bedrooms, as similar to the one previously. They have single bedrooms with wet rooms. Then at the lighter pink would be the kind of more communal areas, dining rooms, receptions, that sort of thing. They'd be on 2 floors, and then the kind of back of house facilities would be in that bottom left-hand corner, the laundry, kitchen, and such like. So this is kind of a quick kind of street scene they've tried to show as you're looking from London Road. The site itself is quite well screened at the moment, as you see from the photographs. You've got a small Bull Farm cottage at the front, then there's a tree screen between the site, and then the idea would be the building would be set in the landscape behind that. So in visual terms, it's quite kind of limited from London Road, and along Eversley Road, all the existing planting would be retained again to limit its overall impact. These are just a couple of kind of visuals of what the building could look like. So it's quite a reasonable quality building in itself. In terms of consultees, we've had no objections from any consultees to the overall scheme, subject to various conditions set out in the report. Of the 70 neighbours notified, we only had one comment, and that was to do with a kind of a boundary dispute which has been resolved, and they've no longer had any overall issues with the scheme in its entirety. So in terms of the key issues, so the first one I think members have raised at several sites is the issue of the grey belt, whether it's a grey belt site itself. If I go back to the kind of aerial photograph, you can see that the site itself is quite well contained. You've got the New Bowers close site to one side, the Eversley plotland development to the north, Eversley Road itself, and the cottage to the south. So it's quite a well contained site. It's that sort of site that if it was developed, it wouldn't lead to sprawl into the countryside. It wouldn't lead to any merging of the towns, the Pitsea or that. And it just seems to be the sort of site that the government guidance would say is a grey belt site. And then if you consider that, then you have to consider whether there's a demonstrable need for the type of development put forward, as you've seen in the report and the previous one. There does appear to be a need for care homes of this type, particularly when they're specialist care homes, as is proposed in this instance. And it's also a relatively sustainable location. You say it's only a short walk. The residents wouldn't be using that, but the staff and visitors would have that avenue to walk to the site, use the bus, and even the train station is not that far away should employees need that. In terms of employees themselves, they're estimated to be between 50 and 60 employees potentially employed at the site, and they say that there'd be a shift pattern, so around about 19 at any one time. If we go to the other issues, there was the issue of design and layout. As you can see, the idea is to kind of minimise the visual impact, setting it into the slope to kind of reduce its overall height in the street scene. The site itself is well screened and has limited visual impact in landscape overall. As regards neighbours, the building itself is set in the centre of the site, and there's a good separation from all the existing properties surrounding that. Those to the north are set higher anyway, so they have limited impact. In terms of highways, the transport statement has shown that compared to the existing use on the site, there's probably an actual reduction in potential movements in and out of the site. And even if you feel there may be a slightly more, it's still not going to have major impacts in terms of highway safety issues along London Road itself. Parking is to standard as for both the staff and any visitors. That will be the relevant parking standards. Various conditions have been put forward to overcome any issues in terms of noise, air quality and contamination. In terms of flood drainage, the design includes various attenuation measures within the car parking area to catch water and then appropriately drain that out into London Road at the appropriate level, that they don't cause any flooding. The application is also would see some loss of agricultural land, but it's very minor. It's not been used for that purpose for many years, and it's not felt an issue there. The applicants are looking into providing secure by design measures within the scheme, and they have had discussions with the Essex Police already on those aspects. The final aspect is potential infrastructure contributions. The applicants have put forward a healthcare contribution of 20,600. Employment and skills contribution 10,800, together with a monitoring fee for biodiversity net gain, and they're also proposing, following the highways request, to provide improvements to the bus stops in terms of real-time passenger information boards. So in terms of the kind of planning balance, so the positives are provision of a high-quality specialist care home, social and health and well-being benefits to future residents, as well as the economic benefits. And the negative would be the kind of loss of lower sensitive landscape area, together with loss of the agricultural land. But overall, it's felt that providing a much needed facility this tight on grey belt land is put forward to members in a positive manner, and is subject to the various conditions set out at the end of the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, David. Any members have any questions? Councillor Murphy.
I know the family that used to own this farm, so I think I should disqualify myself from any discussion. I don't know if they still own it, but I think I'll disqualify myself from the discussion.
I mean, ultimately, the question, Councillor, is it is a matter for you whether you recuse yourself from sort of from voting. So if that's the concern that you have, then you are entitled to do that.
That's fine, Councillor. Councillor Blake. Straight at you.
Oh, I'm honoured in this one. Just a quick, really as a quickie. It said about former agricultural land. How long ago was it agricultural land?
Couldn't tell you exactly, but it looks like to be. So, in the time I've worked here, 30 odd years, I've never seen that being used for agricultural purposes.
Thank you. Any other questions? No. In that case, we have two speakers for this item, but I believe Parish Councillor Sue Urbanson has left, so I'll call Ryan Nichols, if you'd like to come to the front, please. Thank you, Ryan. If you'd like to press the button, and you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the very detailed assessment from officers in the report and the presentation. It confirms the proposal is acceptable in all aspects, and I won't labour those points again. Instead, I wanted to talk about the value of delivering a new purpose-built care home for elderly on this site. The need for this care home is established across the Council's housing needs assessments, the County Council's market position statement, and is reinforced in the Inspector's appeal decision on land east of Ilfracombe Avenue site, which confirms there clearly remains a significant unmet need for housing for older adults. The submitted care home needs assessment identifies a need of 568 beds by 2027 in the local area. That shortfall is growing each year, and delivery of new care homes is not keeping pace. It must be remembered that whilst the assessment talks about care beds, these correspond to real local people who cannot access the care home placements they require. Almost half of the existing care homes in the local area do not provide en-suite bathroom facilities for all residents. In this day and age, for basic dignity and infection control reasons, it should simply not be acceptable for people to have to share bathroom facilities in their home in the twilight of their lives. This care home will be operated by L&T, an award-winning CQC outstanding operator which has operated over 250 care homes. It will provide en-suite bathroom and shower facilities for all residents. The proposal will provide a fantastic community facility, bringing local people together in a light, homely and inviting space into purpose-built accommodation suited to their condition and needs. Residents will experience a much improved quality of living and well-being, in contrast to the typical living situations of many residents before moving into care homes, who may be living in homes with no other person on hand to assist them, feelings of isolation and loneliness, often with stairs to navigate and associated fall risks. Moving into the care home brings obvious health and well-being benefits. The delivery of a care home brings a much wider range and value of benefits than mainstream housing delivery. Alongside meeting the care home needs specifically, the proposal also delivers 37 dwellings to the Council's 5-year housing land supply, a sizeable contribution in the context of the shortfall. It also provides long-term employment opportunities for local people. The economic benefits should not be undervalued. Regular development benefits assessments for similar care homes identify a gross value add of around £7 million through the construction phase, and thereafter £4 million a year during the operation of the care home. The site is sustainably located and currently contains a number of structures and hard-standing areas used for storage and materials and vehicles. It qualifies as grey belt land and is draft allocated for development in the emerging Basildon local plan. The proposal includes high levels of landscaping and a large biodiversity net gain area to the north of the site, we've seen. No objections have been raised in relation to the application by any neighbours, local residents, councillors or statutory consultees. The proposal brings considerable local benefits, and I respectfully ask the committee to endorse the officer recommendation and resolve to grant planning permission this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan Nichols. Do any members have any comments on this one? Councillor Blake?
He's getting to know me. Yeah, just a couple of points that were made there. This is for real local people and local people. Are we saying what the gentleman said there, this is just going to be for local people? I don't understand. I mean, twice during that speech, you said this is for local people. Twice. So, are we to rule that out, or is that correct?
So it's a private scheme, so they would be able to take it. But the idea is to provide facilities for that catchment area. That's what the business model is. So
I need confirmation. Is it going to be local people or people that come in from certain? Well, I think I know the answer to that, but I want clarification. But the gentleman did say local people twice. This is for local people.
And do correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't understand location of person who is going to come to this care home to be set out in Section 106 or conditions, unless that's.
Well, can we do that? Can we make a condition that is just local people? That's what's been spoken by the developer.
I think the thing is that it could be someone's relative who lives somewhere else, but they're local. So yeah.
We all know what local. We can say that. No.
The difficulty would be securing that in as a planning condition, or yeah.
You're getting no argument from me. All I'm saying is we shouldn't be saying things that you can't deliver. If you say local, it's local. You can't. My issue is whether it be an officer, member. If you turn around and say this is for local people to try and persuade us, which is we got to make a decision on it, and I picked up on that. That's false information as far as I'm concerned, or not. You can't be proven that it's going to be for local people, and that's my point. We should either, in my opinion, rule that out because it can't be proven.
Thank you, Councillor. Obviously, we can't control what members of the public say, but we can follow what's in the report. Councillor Genet?
So can the officer confirm for me, please, is this particular developer signed up to the Basildon First Charter?
I don't believe it applies because this is a care home and not housing, that you're referring to.
So they can get around the fact it's not for local people by not signing up to the Basildon First Charter. It doesn't sit well with me. I don't believe a word that come out of his mouth, if I'm going to be honest. So that's not a question.
Would the legal officer like to?
No, I mean ultimately the position, Councillor, is it would be. So the Basildon First Charter is, my understanding at least, is that it's external to what's secured in conditions and Section 106 in a way that you can't impose something in the Section 106, for example, at least as far as I'm aware. In fact.
Yeah, sorry, Daniel, I will interject there. So yeah, no, the Basildon First Charter, we do, in certain circumstances, require that through a Section 106. But in this instance, it doesn't apply because it applies to residential housing, and in this instance, this application is coming forward for a residential care home. Just to clarify the point around whether this development is for local people, the position taken in the CAFAS officer's report is the fact that there's a demonstrable need for this type of development for local people. Obviously, it's a commercial development and we cannot compel them to only or restrict their commercial business model to only require local people. But there is a demonstrable need for this type of development within the borough, which will help support local people's needs.
Councillor Blake?
For a person that actually lives in Pitses, I'm not being disrespectful to people there. One of the people who've got the lowest incomes in the certainly in the area that we're living in. It's going to be hard to imagine that the cost of these, and I do know the cost of these places, not this particular place, but private accommodation like that is a lot. I'm not going to say extortionate, but a lot. Yeah, I just think we all know what we're talking about local. Yes, there is a local need, but those local people, including myself, could never even afford to move into a place like that. So it's not just a case of local need, it's affordability as well. And I'll be very surprised on that score, and that's not being disrespectful to the people of Pittsfield. As I say, I live there. Yeah, local doesn't mean local as far as I'm concerned, and what we're actually talking about. It's anybody who's got enough money that can afford to go in there will probably go in there. and that can be local, can be London, can't it? It can be Southend, it can be any all those areas. No, it's just a reality.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any other members have any comments on this item? No. In that case, we'll go to the recommendation, which is on page 306, which is the planning application number 25/01324/full be granted conditional planning permission subject to the completion of legal agreement under section 106 of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990 to secure bus stop improvements and financial contributions towards healthcare improvements, employment and skills, maintenance and monitoring of biodiversity game plan for a period of 30 years, monitoring and payment of the local planning authorities' professional and legal fees associated with the completion of the Section 106 lead agreement as set out in Section 5.20.2 and subject to the conditions set out at the end of the report with any amendments that may be necessary up to the issue of the decision notice. So those in favour of that recommendation, please show. Those against? And any abstentions? That application has passed. Thank you, members. I'll let the officers change over. We're ready? Okay, great. So we'll be pleased to notice the final application of the evening. So this is application number 26/00001/S106C, deed of variation to section 106 legal agreement accompanying previously approved planning permission 20/00911/full to vary the affordable housing provisions in respect of nomination rights, initial tranche sales and shared ownership rents, review mechanism for residential development on land south of Dunton Road, Dunton, Basildon, Essex, and this is Gordon.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, as you've alluded to, it's for deed of variation to the affordable housing provisions in relation to a housing development scheme approved on Dunton Road for 269 dwellings, allowed on appeal in 2023. 40% of the dwellings are affordable. That doesn't change. The applicants have advised the deed of variation is required because the existing Section 106 was drafted before Homes England issued 2021 to 2026 model shared ownership lease. This new lease introduced a series of improvements which make shared ownership more accessible. Part of that is that the current shared ownership requirements are that it must be 25% of the price of the house that the people take a stake in. That's been reduced to 10% in line with Homes England standards. It's designed to increase the accessibility of that affordable housing product. The rent increase metric is also amended to consumer price index +1 from retail price index plus 0.5%. Again, the advice of Homes England is this is more of a stable product, and so the applicants are sought to take more advantage of that. I've checked the original details for the marketing strategy on the Section 106 agreement that was originally approved in 2003 by the inspector, required that local marketing be adopted within the administrative boundary of the council for the first 3 months from the commencement of the development, so marketed to local people for the first 3 months. The revised marketing strategy is to increase that to 6 months, and that's been agreed with the housing team. They are only obliged to seek 3 months because that was what was approved by the inspector. So whilst we may seek 12 months, 6 months is what's been offered, and that's what's been accepted by the council's housing team in this instance. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon. Any members have any questions for the officers? Councillor Blake?
He must know what me by now, 'cause he knew I was going to ask that about both of the year. Just to clarify, so I get my head around this, and again for anybody watching it, as I understand it, what this is not doing is what we have had, where the people who come back when, say for argument's sake, they're going to have 30% affordable housing, suddenly realise they can't sell those houses, and they come back here for 20%. It's nothing to do with that whatsoever. This is just purely that you're going to reduce to 25% they've got to pay to give a better opportunity for people within the borough for the 6 months to buy the property at 10%. Is that, have I more or less got that in a nutshell? Because I've just...
Yeah, you're completely correct, Councillor. You'll have seen in the past we've had one, I think it was Magdalen Lodge, where they challenged the viability on that. That's not the case in this instance. The affordable housing provision of 40% as approved but on appeal is still progressing, and that's split 70% affordable rent, 30% shared ownership. That doesn't change, just the mechanisms of how that is applied.
So again, just to make sure, this will benefit the local people by having 6 months and a possibility of a 10% rather than 25. That in simple terms is it. I didn't approve the development. I didn't like the development, but it's there. But this is giving the opportunity for that to happen for local people.
Yeah, sure. And if I can give you a bit more comfort, the Development Investment Housing team has given me some additional information provided by Legal and General, who are proposing the deliberation. It says they will advertise to attract applicants with a live-work connection to the Basildon district, with a priority given to key workers within that group for a period of 6 months. And it defines key workers as those employed with confirmed job offers in one of the following categories: public sector employees, frontline services in areas including health, education, community safety, such as NHS staff, teachers, police, firefighters, prison officers, military personnel, social care and child care workers.
Councillor Murphy?
Just to clarify one thing, obviously it was 25 and it's going down to 10, but that is a minimum. So if somebody can afford it, can they go in and say, well, can I buy 30% of it, please? Or is it only 10 they can buy?
As I understand it, that's the minimum. So they could seek to buy a larger portion, but the idea is it opens it up to, it's more of an accessible housing product by only requiring the 10% effective deposit.
Do any other members have any questions? Councillor Janot?
I think we spoke about this at the technical meeting last night. Obviously, this is, again, encouraging people to obviously buy these, well, from 25% down to 10%. What sort of guarantees or what sort of protection do we have for people that might jump into this thinking it's a great idea and it's not a great idea, if that makes sense? So my question being basically is there a risk to people by reducing it from 25% down to 10% because it's because it's a lot more affordable? Does that mean that we're going to find people that might make a more riskier decision on that basis?
Thank you. I think ultimately the answer to your question, Councillor, is yes. I mean, it makes the position such that someone who has less money available to them could take this. And you may know, but with shared housing, essentially, sorry, not shared housing, with shared ownership, you pay rent functionally on the remaining bit. There isn't anything that this council could really impose, because that is more to do with what the actual agreements are on the purchase side with the requisite provider. So it's sort of similar to the risk of someone taking a mortgage out with only 5% of a deposit. Which it can be difficult, but unfortunately it's not something we can really control.
Also, just one more question. Is there any opportunity or any possibility that we can take that from 6 months to 12 months to ensure that local people will genuinely be able to take advantage of this offer?
Yeah. On that question, Councillor, unfortunately, because it's already been imposed, we can't then change it. So what's happening is they're coming to us with an application, and that's all we can really determine. So unfortunately, because it was imposed by an inspector and the council lost control of that, there's nothing we can now do, unfortunately.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from members? We have no members of the public speaking on this item. Councillor Blake?
Because you're going to fold up as soon as this is finished, as I know, I just want to say, put it on record, this is one of the best planning meetings that I've been to in a long while. You've chaired it exceptionally well. This gentleman here has been a pleasure with his laughter as well, and admitting he's done wrong, and his professionalism. It's been an absolute pleasure. I genuinely mean that.
Thank you, Councillor Blake. I'll put my my half-hour speech that I have planned for this this application on hold then, and go straight to the vote, which is the recommendation is that is recommended the committee resolves the deed of variation application number 26/00001/S106C be agreed to amend Schedule 4 of Section 106 Agreement for planning permission 20/00911/full to vary the affordable housing provisions in respective nomination rights, initial tranche sales and shared ownership rent review mechanism. All those in favour? That is 5 members. All those against? And any abstentions? That's 2. Thank you very much, members. We've finished on the right side of midnight, and have a safe journey home.